Okay. Hello and welcome everyone to the Threat Hunting with Elastic Stack. We are going to discuss about a lot of things today, and we're going to give a lot of interesting information about Elastic Stack, threat hunting, and MIT RE framework, etc. So today's we have two speakers, myself and Haran Kumar. I'm Arvind, and if you go to the next slide. So I'm Arvind, and I work as a developer advocate at Elastic. I love helping developers solve their problems. I have a background at working at security, and I'm very interested and excited to speak at HITB CyberWeek today. And on the same lines, Harun is our security specialist for APAC, and then he's currently, looking at a lot of things security with respect to Elastic Stack, helping and projecting prospects, and architecting Elastic Stack solutions for security, endpoint protection, and more stuff around that area. So that being said, let us quickly get to the our session today, and we'll quickly move over and look into the session.
Thanks, Arvind. That was a great introduction. Thank you so much. Yeah. So hello everyone. So just to kickstart with our threat hunting use case, right? Like wherever you talk about threat hunting, the first basic thing is you need a proper data set. So without proper data set, you could not find any meaningful information. So data is everywhere. So be it a normal a detection use case where you write a queried rule, or you want to proactively find need in the haystack, you need right data at right time, right? So exactly. So even in a cyclic threat hunting process, even if you say gathering the data is at the third step, that is one of the important steps where you wanted to make sure that you have a proper event collection, proper events to proceed with your proactive data hunting. The challenges today which we are facing in this modern data era, I would say is, or threat hunting era, I would say is, the challenges is data is everywhere. Be it your security solution, be it your host level infrastructure, network infrastructure, now where people are moving towards microservices, containerized environments, cloud infrastructures, data is everywhere, right? From your physical machines to your network infrastructures, every data talks a meaningful or gives you a meaningful information. You need a centralized platform. Before you are jumping into a mindset of hunting proactively, the best thing is to have a proper data set inside your centralized platform, a platform where you don't no need to re-architect your security wheel or re-architect your data collection wheel every time. You need a platform that could scale horizontally and handle petabytes of data, terabytes of data, right? Like today, as I said before, data is everywhere. Your business grows, your data grows. So you need a platform that could handle large amount of data explosion, right? So you could collect data in different ways, right? You could collect through APIs, you could collect through a raw syslog file. Syslog is one of the common data file format across all the data types and data vendor or the device vendors. So you could collect through a raw syslog formats, data streams, packet streams, or in whatever way. Collecting just the raw data might not be sufficient in today's threat hunting use cases. You need to be proactively one step ahead always across your attack vectors, right? So adding some contextualizations to those data adds more value to your information that you are gathering. That's what we say data enrichment, right? Threat intelligence informations, threat intels, adding some threat intel lookups, or yeah. So adding some contextualizations to your data adds more value to it, right? So be it your threat intelligence informations like IOCs, hashes, even mapping to your vulnerability data, mapping to your MITRE frameworks like cybersecurity frameworks like MITRE techniques and tactic procedures, TTPs. Importantly, collecting various geo IP informations across your network data, some network models, org charts, HR database, CMD database, all these types of enrichments at the pre-ingestion level adds more use cases or to your hunting efficiency. Even a level 1 analyst could add more efficiency to his use cases. How do you address these type of data enrichment? And what is the output of adding these type of data enrichment? Number one, first thing is to have a proper ETL technologies, enriching and transform technologies that could add more context to your data. And number two is to properly take your cybersecurity to a much more matured curve. The first thing, the way to achieve is to have proper ETL tools, proper data ingestion tools. And second thing is to, the use case is to take your cybersecurity to a much more matured curve. What is the importance of data enrichment, right? You collect various security data collections. How do you take your cybersecurity to a much more matured curve? The data enrichment at the phase one helps you throughout your maturity, cybersecurity maturity curve across your detections, anomaly detections, threat hunting, even to detect your insider threats. Let me give you an example. I am adding some context to my data using my HR database. So at my phase three proactive analysis, I could find that a suspended user or a user who has left this organization and user account who has left this organization has been continuously logging into my important financial servers. So by mapping my data to my enriching my data with these type of context, HR database, CMDB database adds more value even to find insider threats, right? For example, a user is suspiciously or maliciously connecting to different domains rather than my business transactions. So these type of anomaly detections, adding some CMDB database helps. Adding more in these type of data enrichment at phase one helps you to detect as well as find anomalies, behavior-based anomalies across your cybersecurity maturity curves, right? Not just at phase two, even at the proactive analytics, right? Like threat huntings, insider threats, across your cybersecurity maturity curve, data enrichment, threat intelligence lookups, and mapping your frameworks to enterprise level maturity curves like mightier techniques and tactic procedures helps you to take your cybersecurity to a much more mature level. At Elastic. So today, with the help of this talk, me and Aravind would like you to take you across the cybersecurity maturity model, how Elastic has been, how Elastic can be utilized or leveraged for efficiently hunting proactively at phase three, right? We are doing various data enrichments across our data ingestions, how we could do at phase two analytics with the detection engines, anomaly detections, and how proactively we could take to a much more matured curve at proactive analytics. So we would be walking you through cybersecurity maturity model across Elastic security. So before doing into a demo phase threat hunting, let's take a step back and quickly understand about what is Elastic security, and how Elastic security can help you in leveraging proactive threat hunting. So
Yeah.
I would take this opportunity to transfer to my colleague Aravind, who would walk you through across Elastic's security use cases.
Okay. So thanks, Harun, for again explaining about threat hunting, cybersecurity maturity model, and this is very important. I'm not talking about the technology of Elastic, but I'm specifically mentioning that the meta things that Harun discussed about the way that the transition occurs, and the things that you probably, even if you are using a different tool chain or a completely different technology stack or a tool to solve this problem, you need to have this thinking in place that helps you to solve problems, essential problems, and in the lead time that you have. Okay, that being said, I of course, like there are more easier and efficient things that you could do with Elastic Stack, it being a search specific and engine that gives you faster delivery of data and a lot of throughput. So at the core of all of this Elastic Stack and all the solutions, etc., Elasticsearch is the one that helps you to do all of this. It is a distributed uh, NoSQL REST API based search engine. I wouldn't call it like a RDBMS system, even though a lot many people use it also like a data store for relational use cases as well. But then Elasticsearch is the core platform that stores all this data and helps you to query this data in a manner that you want to hunt the threats, events, take all sorts of events, and then leverage it on top of it. Now, the components of this stack, if I have to talk about the tools and the things that you might be hearing them, like elk stack, like the Elasticsearch, Logstash, Kibana, or Helk stack, or there are different other variations that are in the industry security community that people talk about all the time. We will also see a diagram about that in some time. But then here I'll just talk about the Elastic Stack and then the solutions and then how you could deploy it. So like I said, Elasticsearch is the heart and soul for this entire stack. You have the ingestion modules, like how Haran said that you need to pull data from all of these areas into the Elasticsearch. So you need a data shipper or data puller to pull the data into the stack. So your Beats and Logstash would help you to do that. They are the ingest technologies. But if you have a specific mode to send the data, like if you have a script, if you have something else altogether, you could always use APIs that are there on the Elasticsearch. So in any way, it's a programmable stack. It's something that you could leverage using some config tools or data tools like Logstash, which itself like an generic ETL. It does extract, transform, and load. Or you could use Beats, which ships data out of the box using several of it beats like audit beat, packet beat, etc. Now, then you come up to the Elasticsearch. I spoke about it. Also, I'll talk about the Kibana. Kibana is your window into Elasticsearch. So Kibana helps you to see things in Elasticsearch, run queries on Elasticsearch, and then shows you in nice visualizations. Helps you to put together the information that is stored in the Elasticsearch in an interesting manner. So we have a feature called Resolver, which helps you to find out how the attack has propagated into your stack. What are the binaries that got exploited, or what are the things, registry entries that got made. So there are some interesting things that we could always talk about. So Kibana is one such area. But on top of this core stack, the technology stack, we built multiple solutions, because this is like a clay and we mold it into separate individual solutions that you could leverage and build upon. So enterprise search is one such solution where you could build search engines, access a lot of if you have various amount of data and then you want to collate it into a single search kind of a thing for your internal organization or for an e-commerce site or anything. Enterprise search does that. Then you have observability, and observability is collecting all your operational data, like your logs, metrics, the infrastructure details, tracing your application, all of that actually. And then the security, obviously, we have an endpoint solution, anti-malware solution. We have a SIM that is working. So you have a wonderful combination of, for the first time, I think, you have a wonderful combination of searching through the data in millisecond, but it is coming from the data, like it can be correlated as well. The data from different, even from a different security system. Suppose you might be having different endpoints, solution providers, different DLP provider, different IPS provider or something like that. But still you can collate the data in a common place and do search on top of it. So security solution is very unique in their own way. We are going to anyway talk more about it, but I'm not going to dwell more on that and then explain a bit about how this solution can be deployed. Obviously, you could deploy it on any data center or any place, or you could also look at the cloud service as well. We are partners with all these cloud platforms. So whatever cloud platform that you're building, you could use the credits or the same billing account to deploy Elasticsearch as a service on the same thing, like be it AWS, be it Google Cloud or Azure. And then you obviously have things like Kubernetes. Yeah, Haran, we can move on. So that's about the deployment model. And then you have the ingest technologies, like I detailedly mentioned, that Elasticsearch is the data destination, and then you have Beats or agent, which is like the lightweight data shippers, which ship the data from a source to destination. So the destination could directly be sometimes your Elasticsearch. The destination could directly be something like a middleman, like a Logstash, which does this automation and doing the stuff. So Logstash is also called as a generic ETL. It collects all the data or the events that are coming up from each of these places, and then transform that, and then it puts into the the Elasticsearch. So that's what it does. Logstash has more than 200, 300 plugins at this point of time. It has plugins for various different things. It can pull data, transform the data, and modify it in a different format. Now, through all these things, we are trying to put the Elasticsearch, the Elasticsearch service, or like the system as a centralized place where you could pull all of this easily. Like there is a interesting link that is put up on the top, like how do you can do that, this collection of data from Harun. You could go and definitely look at that blog post, like how you unlock various security data sources, data collection and enrichment. So this detail mentioned, you can go and look at all of this. Now, coming back to the presentation, like I said, Elasticsearch service and the beats and everything will help you to build this specific ecosystem. And it is not like we are trying to be a separate security service that you need to again start from the basic. So the interesting thing here is because it's a programmable stack, because it is API oriented, you will get to access all the sources that you are already using. Like you could, and we are also working with some of these partners like Cisco and Palo Alto. We have a correlation framework. We have a data schema that we proposed, and through which, again, it's an open source schema that you could simply use to push all your data in a certain structure, so that you could use Elasticsearch to leverage and do that correlation actually. So you could use Cisco router logs, you could use Cloudflare CDN logs, or you could use from one of these endpoint providers, the logs or the events that are coming from it, or you could leverage it with a threat intelligent platforms, different platforms that are there available to enrich your the events or the IP address lookups, etc. And then there are many things. There are also community stacks that are using this sort of a mode and implementing their own versions of things. Like, for example, you have Sofel, you have Help, you have people like Rockinism, which does NSM, and Security Onion. There are many things, and we are also integrated with tools like Wazo, so for you to leverage a lot of these things. So added with all of this, you could leverage and have a unified protection. So wherein it's again, to the core of it is free and open. That means like you could simply download it or run it on a starter trial that we're going to give a link at the end of this session. You could definitely go and start a trial and then simply run and look at all of this data pretty easily. So yeah, that's the overall Elastic security framework. And then I think Harun, you can take over and talk about more details on the framework and what to look for.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Arvind. So that was a great setup of stage to give an introduction about Elastic Stack. So so we got to know about what Elastic Stack is, how the data flow is, right? Like you have data ingestion mechanisms like beats, Logstash as an ETL tool that could enrich, transform, load your data, and you could have a flexible architecture across from your different types of data sources, data vendors, into an analytical feature. So any centralized security platform, right? Be it a SIM solution, you call it a SIM solution, SOC platform, threat hunting platform. There are two phases to it. The first phase is to have right data with the right contextualizations to it. So that's what we saw so far. How you could leverage data ingestions, how you could add enrichments, meaningful informations to the data. And the second phase is to have some analytical features on the data which you have collected. What to look for. So first thing, what I wanted to do is, I'm a big fan of Mightier framework, TTPs, techniques and tactic procedures. So as an operational analyst, even without knowing what this particular detection technique is about, I could leverage, map all my detection technologies to enterprise level frameworks, widely adopted military grade frameworks like Mightier TTPs, so that I could understand this type of logs or this type of data movement is talking about some enterprise attack. For example, this is kind of a data exfiltration. This is lateral movement. What should I check for a lateral movement? Why it is mapped to a tactic like lateral movement? And why it is mapped to a tactic like data exfiltrations, right? So I could, as a level 1 analyst, I could understand what a framework is talking about, this type of data malicious activities, and I could hunt across those telemetries, across those technique procedures and tactic procedures. So today, with this threat hunting use cases, we would be detecting, we would be hunting using Mightier framework. So with the help of Elastic Stack. So at Elastic Stack, I'm going to use pre-built detection rules as well as proactive threat hunting with the combination of machine learning as well as query-based rules. So with all these in place, right, with all these data collections, with all these detection technologies, mapping with MITRE frameworks, how does a centralized platform like Elastic could address your different types of threat landscape? So many security analysts knows that threat landscape can be broadly categorized into known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns. Talking about a basic known knowns, right? So a common set of threat landscape searching across your IOCs, a query based detection alarms, detection alerts, kind of a searching for your known behaviors. Every traditional sims are good at this. You can write a query. The big difference today at the modern threat hunting era is to how much time does your query take to give you a proper relevant result, right? You cannot write a big query, go for a coffee, come back and see that your query has timed out. Those eras are over. Those are the sims we are talking about like 5 years, 6 years back. Today you need a security platform, a hunting platform where we are talking about seconds of searches, minutes of searches across your correlated queries. When you move towards more sophisticated types of threat landscape like known unknowns, where kind of finding needle in the haystack, you have a large data set, but it is hard to specify what exactly abnormality or changes happening to it. Let me give you an example. In my business transaction, my business transaction is always towards particular domain, particular geo information, geo enrichments, or geo locations, right? So if there is any sudden increase of transactions to a different geolocations or a different domains which is unusual to my business, I need to find something automatically, right? I cannot proactively hunt every single time, or I could not write detection rules knowing my behaviors. So it should automatically understand my behavior, and it should give me some abnormalities and anomalies on my usual behavior transactions. That's exactly unsupervised machine learning could help you with. Elastic, I'm going to leverage Elastic's unsupervised machine learning inside the stack that could automatically understand your data pattern, and it could detect some abnormalities, anomalies on your usual transactions. More examples, for example, suspicious login activity. Day to day, in my weekdays and in my weekends, these are my login pattern activities, right? Elastic's unsupervised machine learning could automatically understand my data patterns, login patterns, and if there is any sudden increase of login activity over my weekends and over my different user machines, different VPNs, different locations, I could automatically detect as an abnormalities and have a notifications, integrate with my third-party solutions, automation, orchestrations, and various type of things. Let's move towards more advanced type of threat landscape where as a hunter, sorry, as a threat hunter, you would be proactively hunting for malicious artifacts. You need a proper security platform where you have an ability to enrich your events with potential malicious artifacts and ask more questions to your platform. You need a platform where you could put a complex query, get a relevant search in a seconds of speed and minutes of speed, right? That's exactly unknown unknowns where an elastic platform, a threat hunting platform like Elasticsearch is widely adopted at. So with this, let's quickly take you, let me quickly take you to a demo based threat hunting use cases. In this today's demo, interestingly, let's walk you through a real world scenario of APT 34. So APT 34, also known as Helix Advanced Persistent Threat, was much prevalent across Russian organizations. So APT 34 was much prevalent, and it was original APT 34 was across using phishing emails. So there was a phishing campaign with a malicious macro based documents, Word documents, where it connected to a different domains, and it was a completely a phishing campaign that was successfully across potentially attacked across Russian military organizations. So today we will mock that APT 34. We extracted that particular APT 34 macro document, and we are going to run it as a PowerShell script and start hunting inside a threat hunting platform like Elasticstack. To do that, we are going to have a Windows Server 2019. So I have my Windows Lab in my GCP VM. I'm going to collect all my Windows events, network events from that particular machines using Elastic's Winlog Beat and Packet Beat. Additionally, I'm also going to collect all my sysmon events from that particular mission, enriched with mightier TTPs. All these sysmon events and enriched mightier TTPs is collected using winlog beat and packet beat, and it is sent to my Elastic environment, again running at the Elastic Cloud. So let's quickly jump into a demo. Before that, let me show you what APT34 looked like, right? So this is exactly one of the real world scenario, what happened in APT34, right? So it was a malicious macro documents phishing campaign. So this is how your phishing campaign looked like. And we extracted this particular macro code, and we are going to mock it as a PowerShell script to connect to a dummy malicious domain. Let's quickly jump into demo. So this is my Windows environment. So you could see I'm going to collect various winlog beat, packet beat, everything is configured. So I'm collecting Windows events, sysmon events enriched with mighty frameworks, network event, sorry, network events from this particular missions inside my Elastic Cloud. Let's quickly mock, or let's quickly initiate this particular malicious PowerShell script. So I have my PowerShell here. Let me run it as an administrator. Let me navigate to my desktop because I have my malicious script, mock malicious script at the desktop. All right. I have it as APT34. I'm just going to run this mock script. And this particular mock script is exactly the replication of what happened in APT34. And we are going to connect to malicious domains and leverage all the inbuilt processes, what that was done in that particular macro level document. So now, with the collection of various sysmon events, Windows events, and packet events, we are going to hunt proactively on this particular malicious artifacts and malicious activity using Elastic Stack. This is Elastic Kibana in dark mode. Being a security guy, I always like dark mode. You have the ability to have it in the light mode, dark mode. So you have various features. For example, visualizing your data, analyzing your data, dashboards, geospatial analysis with maps, canvas, machine learning, and various type of things. Includingly, we also have a security feature within Elastic Stack. So I have a pre-built host and network tab that talks about host and network level infrastructures. And pre-builtly, Elastic is telling me some uncommon processes happening in my environment. So that's one of the very good starting phase for any analyst to understand what exactly uncommon things or a unique process happening in your particular host missions, right? So I could see there is a PowerShell script running in my host mission, in 2 of my host missions. And it also detects me on it pre-builtly. It also tells me some arguments running with my PowerShell.exe process. And I could see there is an execution event, there is a bypass event, that is something suspicious. There is a file event and the bypass event, that is something suspicious. So let me leverage Elastic's hunting timeline to proactively ask questions or render all my data in timely ordered events. I'm just going to drag and drop in this right corner called timeline. So Elastic provides you a feature called a timeline where that could render all your data in timely ordered events, right? So that's exactly one of the very cool way. Rather than writing a big query, you could just start your searches, start your query with drag and drop features and drag and drop filterings that could pull all your data from different data sources and render in a timely ordered events. If I expand this, I'm going to get a detailed view about this particular event or particular document, right? What are the various type of processes? What are the various types of host details, events details, network details, and various type of things. So I also told that I'm enriching all my data with Mitre framework. So I should be leveraging or understanding more with Mitre frameworks. Before that, let me increase my queries. I saw some particular bypass events, bypass arguments with my PowerShell. This time, instead of drag and drop, let me leverage the power of Elastic's search engine. Process.arc. Once I start typing, it is going to help me with auto completion and auto suggestion so that even a level 1 analyst could ask more questions to this platform, right? Process.arc equals. So I'm interested in some bypass events. So yes, I have a bypass event. Let me filter it out. Yep. I could see there are various process bypass events connecting in my environment in last 24 hours. I could go back and forth with the time. I could start real time. I could retrospectively hunt for data like last 30 days, 90 days, and various type of things, right? So I could see there are various details to this particular event, the event details, process details, and various things. Interestingly, I'm interested to leverage my enrichments, which I'm doing with mightier TTPs, detecting with mightier huntings, right? So you have all these columns here. So importantly, I'm enriching my data with various threat vectors with mightier techniques and tactic procedures. So maybe I'm interested in threat technique name, technique references, and as well as technique IDs, right? So why not leverage this and understand exactly what these type of informations are talking with an enterprise framework like mightier threat TTPs. So I could understand this is a PowerShell technique name. I could leverage this is a mightier reference where I could navigate to that particular mightier website and understand exactly what to search across my PowerShell technique activities. So if I expand this, I could understand more details about this particular event. I could understand the cloud details. Since I'm collecting from a cloud mission, I'm collecting various cloud metadata, host details, event details, and importantly, the hashes, all the relevant metadata, telemetries that I could leverage for more proactive huntings. In this case, I'm interested in my process activities. I could understand this particular PowerShell process is coming from a various arguments like bypass events, and importantly, I could see all this PowerShell process is triggered with a parent process called WScript. WScript is one of the inbuilt scripting feature within the Windows environment. So this particular malicious bypass argument within the PowerShell is leveraging inbuilt WScript, right? Let me increase my hunting searches. Let me put it in OR condition this time. So I wanted to understand all the WScript related parent process event. And importantly, I could see parent process argument related to this WScript is coming from program data, which is a hidden folder in my default hidden folder in my Windows machines. Again, a suspicious activity. Why would an inbuilt WScript feature go leverage or create a directory inside my hidden folder, right? So that is again something suspicious thing happening in my environment. So I could see there is a Windows app pull directory created with a VB script, another inbuilt scripting feature within Windows environment. This time, let me put it in unconditioned. I need all my parent process as W script triggered with an argument of apppull.vbs script, right? So I could leverage all these type of things. If I want, I could increase my search across my process names as well. So maybe process argument is again what is a process executable is wscript.exe, or process argument is bypass event. So I could leverage my bypass event and apple.powershell script, right? So I could put it in unconditioned. I could increase my hunting searches. So this time, let me get rid of this bypass event, because previously I saw there were various file creation event, DNS events, registry created events across my PowerShell activities. So this time I'm interested, why would my PowerShell trigger into a DNS query related event, right? So I'm collecting various DNS query related event. Let me increase my investigations and add it to PowerShell.exe as an unconditioned. So you have the ability to add it in unconditioned or condition, increase your query logically, right? So let me find more details about this particular DNS query related events with my PowerShell script. I could understand it is connecting to a malicious domain called withyourface.com, which is not my business transaction. So it is connecting to my withyourface.com. I can put it in unconditioned. So I could create a complex query in a real time, and within a fraction of a second, my query is getting my platform is giving me a hunting result on my complex query, right? That's exactly the search speed we are talking about. I could see all these domains are resolving to this particular IP. I'm enriching all my data with geo informations. So let me see what this IP is, right? So by default, Elastic also provides a quick IP reputation lookups on your IPs. So I could quickly, by default, it provides two types of IP reputation lookup, virus total lookup or Cisco's Talos intelligence lookup. So you could find what are the various types of IP reputations you are having. Interestingly, a quick tidbits is tidbits is what is that you could add your own reputation lookups to your IPs, right? So if you have your own IP reputation lookup, for example, threat crowds or alien vault or whatever it is, you could add as a default feature. Everything is available inside Kibana advanced setting. All right. So let's come back to our timeline. I could find various type of threat actor. I could definitely say there is something suspicious things happening. So there are 76 bytes getting transferred from this source to this destination over this port with connecting to malicious DNSdomains.com. Interestingly, from an operational perspective, I could add some annotations to what I have searched for. Let's say this is suspicious event. Oops, sorry. Suspicious event connecting to withyourface.com. So this supports Markdown language. So you could add some GIFs, links, or reputation, or even reference links to your notes. You could add some investigation notes. All these notes are persistently stored, and you could name your searches. Let's say you could name your searches, give some description, and importantly, you could add your searches to inbuilt case management solutions. And importantly, all these Elastic SIM cases can also be collaborated with third-party cases like IBM Resilient, Jira case connectors, ServiceNow. So you have an inbuilt case connectors, these type of things. And also Elastic has its own case management platform, inbuilt case management workflows as well. All right. So hope you had a better idea about proactively hunting with Elastic Stack. And what we did with APT34, we created a malicious script. We mocked APT34. We made sure that that particular mocking script is connecting to a malicious domain. And we started proactively hunting with Elastic Stack. Okay, every time proactive hunting might not be a very good use case for all the environment, right? You need a proper detection techniques. By default, Elastic has 200 plus out of the box detection rules. So Elastic has 200 plus out of the box detection rules shipped with Elastic SIM. Sorry about that. Yeah, I could have here. My updated version is today Elastic has 200 plus out of the box detection rules. Every rules mapped with Mightier frameworks. So you could leverage these type of proactive detection rules with very good cybersecurity use cases to proactively detect suspicious things happening in an environment. Additionally, beyond these 200 rules, you have the ability to create your own rule, threshold-based rules, custom query rules, machine learning rules, threat match rules, right? So you could upload an IOC list and you could create a threat match rules. And importantly, even your customized rules can be mapped with Mightier frameworks. So let's say I'm going to import a query from my timeline. So this is what our timelines are auto-save. So let's say I have a SIM or Wazoo top severity event, right? So I'm collecting all my top severity event from a open source HITS tool like Wazoo. So I wanted to create a query on it. So importantly, I could have a timeline template. Timeline template is nothing but kind of a playbooks to your rules. Once this rules triggers into an alert, your analyst who is working on this alert can leverage a pre-built search pre-built analysis template where he could leverage as a playbook for hunting the data. So I could leverage my pre-built timeline template, which I can create on my own. So I could create some rules. And importantly, you could map your own rules with Mightier TTPs. That's exactly one of the use case where you could take your cybersecurity hunting to much more matured curve, right? All the pre-built rules as well as your own built rules can be mapped with Mightier frameworks. Let's take one step back and come back to our traditional use case, what we searched so far. How does this particular detection can be leveraged with anomaly detections like Mightier or Elastic's machine learning, right? So I have all my detection rules like Windows script executing, local scheduled task command. All these are pre-built rules where that helps me in automatically detecting something suspiciously happening in my environment with particular PowerShell script, right? Some Windows script execution is happening with related to spear phishing attachment. That's exactly how you could understand what attack is happening in your environment. So this pre-built rules could quickly tell that I created a PowerShell mock script, but still these type of behavior patterns, these type of domain creations or behavior pattern is related to mightier framework like spear phishing attempt. That is how you could take your analyst, you could increase your efficiency of your analyst hunting and take your cybersecurity to a much more matured curve. That said, hope you got a better idea about hunting proactively with Elastic Stack across APTs, across the detection rules. So thank you so much for this opportunity where we could explain you proactive hunting with Elastic Stack. Importantly, we also have an Elastic community Slack channel where we wanted to be closely relating with the community, where you could ask your own questions, you could contribute to the community with your own project, you could ask questions on your environment, you could ask Elastic related questions, not just to security, across all your Elastic related questions, contribution, various things. Me, Aravind, and various solutions architects are part of the community where we could help you and be closely related on all your queries.
Yeah, definitely. Yes. Thank you, Harun, and for giving an amazing demo. I think it's a lot of information, and then it's an interesting information to look for as well, especially the framework and the way that we are overlapping with a lot of things. There are many interesting stuff that is going to come. We already have a free anti-malware solution that you could deploy and try it out. And again, all the data comes into Stack, and then you don't need to do any additional tools or additional process to look at all of this. So that being said, thank you for the session. Thanks, Hack in the Box, Red Team Village, and everyone, the team, for helping us do this. If you have any questions, please reach us out on the Discord. Otherwise, please join our Slack channel. There are Discuss forums, meetups, many other things that you could do. Slack is one best place you can get started and look at.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. In this talk, we will present a new open source tool that was developed in Signia, which allows you to identify a new attack path that can be leveraged by threat actors to compromise hybrid and cross-platform environments in the cloud. For those of you who don't know Signia, we are a cyber consulting and incident response company. Oleg and I are based in Tel Aviv, and before the COVID-19, we traveled most of the time around the world and worked with companies to build the resilience and to respond to attacks within the networks. Obviously, a lot of our effort in the last couple of years was in supporting companies migrating to the cloud and investigate breaches within cloud environments. In the past 6 months, we developed capabilities which we leverage to significantly enhance our client's security posture. And what I want to do today is to share one of those with you. My name is Ilya Rabinovich. I'm the adversarial tactics team leader in Signia, and together with me is Oleg Lerner, who led the research and development of the tool. And we also would like to mention Doron Vazgel that assisted in the development process. We'll start with a few words about threat landscape, what Cloud Scout is, and suggesting what are the next steps for our tool. So, while in the past, we believe most of the attention was focused on the on-premise environments and the major cloud providers, during the last 2 years, we are witnessing a shift to a new approach called hybrid cloud. You are probably familiar with the accelerated transition to cloud services and the adoption of cloud hybrid architectures. So this is a place where new trends, and by extension, new attack techniques are emerging. So let's talk about some of the trends that we identified. First, many companies utilize multiple cloud vendors and have many connections established between their applications and services. In addition, while in the past, CI/CD pipelines were a separate technical procedure, now this area is brought into the cloud and allows building, testing, and deploying the code in one single place. And lastly, new native cloud services and microservices replace other traditional IT and introduce new security challenges that can be exploited with relative ease. Threat actors realized that adopting cloud trends and migrating the traditional infrastructure to another workspace are creating opportunities that they can leverage. Those opportunities pose significant challenge to security teams, both to prevent and detect their activities. As a result, there are 3 main areas that threat actors focus more and more on. We see that C2 workloads move to the cloud and malicious cloud applications are spun up on cloud and hybrid infrastructure. In addition, threat actors leverage the expanding attack surface on the cloud to pivot into internal networks or other cloud environments. And threat actors focus their efforts on the creation of dedicated malware for cloud platforms. Look, there is a lot invested by security teams to adopt security of their cloud services to the threats and stay ahead of the curve in the competition with threat actors. What you see on the screen are just few examples on what it takes. We don't really have time to get into each of those, but using secure infrastructure for administration and hardening programmatic channels are just a few examples of what the challenges that we have in that area. Moreover, to enable those, what is clear is that the key gap is to establish visibility into our increasingly complex cloud environments. Oleg will take it from here and present the tool and its capabilities.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Ilya. So we talked about the increasing use of cloud environments, solutions and trends which are extending the corporate boundaries. Corporate environments are now more and more intertwined with cloud infrastructure, and more organizations are transitioning to what we call a hybrid environment. While adapting hybrid environments, we unintentionally adapting their new misconfigurations, gaps, and vulnerabilities, which in turn may expose our entire infrastructure to security risks that could lead to full organizational compromise. Identifying gaps and misconfigurations manually is really hard work and very complicated. Thankfully, the community providing us with open source tools in order to make those challenges a bit easier. The tools displayed on this slide are widely used by security teams for enumeration and visualization of attack paths, leveraging gaps in different environments. On the left, we have StormSpotter, developed by Microsoft and used to enumerate and identify gaps in Azure environments. On the right, we have AWS-PX, developed by F-Secure Labs and widely used for AWS environments. And of course, we have Bloodhound, developed by SpectreOps, and I bet you're all familiar with, and primarily used for enumerating our on-premises environments. Currently, each one of the tools provides data collection for a single type of environment, represented by data illustration below each tool, either Azure, AWS, or on-premises domain. Each framework is executed under separate databases, and we don't have the ability to create relations between them, even though we know they do exist. In our assessment, we see many business processes that are cross-platform and hosted on multiple cloud providers, interconnected to each other and, of course, to the on-premise infrastructure. So in order to fully map or visualize the hybrid attack surface, we need to manually consolidate the information collected by each one of these tools. I think we can all agree that it's not an optimal solution. So we would like to introduce Cloud Scout, a tool that significantly assists you with the challenges we presented so far by providing 3 unique capabilities. 1, connect cross-platform entities such as users, applications, roles, and services based on their corresponding attributes. The second one, identify cross-platform attack paths that allows attackers to move laterally and escalate privileges. And finally, visualize the cross-platform attack path on one single screen. Those 3 tools are all based on a Neo4j graph database. Therefore, we decided to expand those tools' functionality by merging them under one database, just as with real-life hybrid environments, where all organizational infrastructure is interconnected. After we collected all relevant information from cloud and on-prem environments and uploaded it into one single database, we need to find a way to create relations between different node types, which are actually linked one to another in the real world, but we cannot see or visualize them using each tool individually. For example, we have users in our on-premise Active Directory, which are synced to our Azure Active Directory. And therefore, we can create a relation between a StormSpotter user to a Bloodhound user based on their user security identifier. So beyond the trivial relations, the one we just mentioned, we enriched the data of different nodes and created more complex relations that will show us complex and non-trivial attack paths, which we couldn't see in the past. We will dive right now to more detail with the following demonstration. So here you can see Bloodhound application without Cloud Scout plugin installed. The basic Bloodhound installation you can download from GitHub. To install Cloud Scout, all you have to do is to download the plugin from our GitHub page and execute a batch installation script, as demonstrated in the video. After the installation will be completed, we'll open Bloodhound with our Cloud Scout plugin installed. And you will see that we have a few additional buttons to handle the ingestion of different frameworks and executing the logic to create relation between relevant nodes. What we want to do now is to show you how you can use Cloud Scout capabilities to gain visibility into the topology of your environment, involving both on-prem and cloud, to identify relation, patterns, and vulnerabilities in order to establish the foundation needed to enhance resilience. So after the relations are in place, we can see the output of our queries, which we explain in details right after the demo. The first attack path we see on the screen demonstrates how an attacker can get access to an Azure resource called Key Vault. The second example is an example of on-premise domain takeover, leveraging user privileges in Azure that we couldn't see previously. The third example we'll see, it's a path to AWS full compromise, a path that starts from our on-prem user, which is able to abuse its Azure permissions to move laterally to AWS accounts and take over the account. And as a bonus, we created another capability that allows us to map network security rules in our Azure environments to identify overly permissive access to sensitive VMs. So this was a short demo of Cloud Scout. And now I would like to deep dive into the specifics of each use case. So deep diving into our use cases, the first one we'll talk about is a use case of Azure Key Vault takeover. Key Vault is an Azure resource that can be very valuable for an attacker, as it stores secrets which can gain an attacker to valuable assets inside our organization. On the right, we can see the targeted Key Vault instance. But our attack path starts on the left side with a domain-joined workstation, which has a session of a domain user. A domain user which is synced to our Azure Active Directory and is the same user as our on-premise user. This user has contributor privileges over the subscription hosting the Key Vault, meaning that it has permissions to view content of the Key Vault, as it inherited all the way down from the subscription level to the resource level. And now we can see the relations created by Cloud Scout in this example. And the relation created here is between the on-premise user to our Azure Active Directory user, which are the same identity. The added functionality visualized an attack path to control Azure Key Vault that we otherwise wouldn't have seen. Moving to the second use case, a use case of a domain takeover, leveraging Azure. On the right, we can see the domain admins group that we are targeting. But once again, our attack path starts on the left with a domain workstation instance, which has a session of a domain user, and that domain user is a member of group administrator role in Azure, meaning that this user can edit Azure groups. In our path, the user will have the ability to edit groups which are a member of application administrator role in Azure. Gaining privileges of this role, an attacker will be able to assign credentials to an application service principal and act on behalf of it. The service principal we are targeting has contributor privileges over the subscription hosting a VM. Contributor role over a subscription inherited all the way down to the VM. So the service principal has contributor role over the VM, letting the attacker execute code with system privileges on that VM. The VM instance is domain joined, and we can see that this server has an active domain admin session. With system privileges, an attacker will be able to extract the user credentials and compromise the entire domain. So let's take a look on the relations created in this scenario by Cloud Scout. The relations are between our on-premise user to an Azure Active Directory user, between the group administrator role of Azure to Azure groups, between application administrator role to Azure service principals, and between the VM instance hosted on Azure to the corresponding instance on our on-premise environment. So Cloud Scout highlighted a path that begins in our on-premise domain and leverages Azure in order to take over that same on-premise domain. Again, by visualizing a relationship that we wouldn't have seen otherwise. Moving to our next use case, a use case of AWS full compromise. On the right, we see the effective admin role, which grants a full control permission over our AWS account. The path starts from the left with our on-premise domain workstation, which once again has a session of a domain user. A user with application administrator role in Azure. And as we explained earlier, those permissions grant an attacker privileges to act on behalf of the service principal. And in our case, the service principal has the role rights to gain full compromise over the AWS environment, leveraging AWS configured access controls. So let's take a look at the relations created in this scenario by Cloud Scout. And the relations are between our on-premise domain user to an Azure Active Directory user connected by their user security identifier, between the application administrator role of Azure to the service principal, and between the service principal and the corresponding role it has in AWS environment. So in this scenario, we have visualized an attack path through 3 different environments, relations that we wouldn't have seen without the functionality of Cloud Scout. Moving to our last case in this presentation, a use case that demonstrates a network map of allowed network rules from and to VM hosted on Azure. We can see on the left IPs that have allowed inbound and outbound rules over Azure NSGs. And on the right, we see to which VMs these network rules are attached. And we can also see the full path by which the rule is attached to the VM. So far, we are not familiar with any open source tool that provides this kind of functionality. I hope you all enjoyed the presentation so far. And before we wrap up, we wanted to share with you a few words about how Cloud Scout started. So Cloud Scout started when we were assigned to assess clients' Azure cloud environment. During that project, we found that there are not so many tools available for enumerating and identifying gaps in Azure environments. So we started developing our own tool. During the development, we've got an idea to integrate Azure collected information to the on-prem information we collected using Bloodhound, as we have attributes to connect them on. And hopefully, it will help us to connect attack paths and to see more complex attack paths we were targeting. While we were busy with developing our own tool, some tools for Azure were published and enriched our tool set. Yet, the tools didn't automatically highlight the extremely complicated attack path we wanted to identify. Also worth mentioning that Bloodhound version 3 was published. If we wanted to keep up the pace, we would have to update our code as well. Going further, we had an AWS environment to assess. We used AWS PX to identify attack paths in AWS environments. But we still were not able to connect the dots between different environments. During our development and research, StormSpotter was published, a tool for enumerating and identifying misconfiguration in Azure. We decided to embrace the comprehensive Azure enumeration provided by StormSpotter into our framework. And then we realized that it will be extremely powerful to merge and extend these different tools using a single unified framework. At this point, we decided to create an external plugin for Bloodhound, which integrates all platforms under one hood, extends search patterns and capabilities, with the vision of supporting additional frameworks in the future. Now let's talk about the plugin architecture. But before that, we need to be familiar with Bloodhound basic architecture. We can see that Bloodhound depends on SharpHound in order to collect the on-premise domain information. And Bloodhound consists of 3 main parts. The visual part will be the user interface we see and use. the database, which stores the information ingested, and of course, the logic behind the graphs that creates relation between entities. Cloud Scout will have the same three general capabilities: the visual, to edit buttons, to edit icons, and text to be shown. The database will use the same database as Bloodhound and other framework to ingest in the ingestion process. And of course, we have behind the graph logic to create complex relations. This brings us to the end of our presentation, and we wanted to share you what we intend to do next. We're currently in the phase of developing support of processing private SSH keys to match with corresponding VMs deployed on cloud environments. So we could map a bunch of instances that the private key has access to. We'll create a new tool for enumerating GCP environments. We'll improve integration with platforms and create new relations based on new researches. So we encourage you to try Cloud Scout, which you can find on our GitHub page. Also, feel free to reach us and share ideas to improve our plugin and helping others to find potential misconfigurations in their environments before any attacker does. We want to thank you for the time you spent with us, and hopefully you found this presentation useful, and more importantly, that you will be able to leverage Cloud Scout for your security like we do. Thank you very much.
And also, I'm also speaker and trainer in DEF CON, Black Hat, Nullcon, HITB, HIP, and ton of things actually. And you can also follow me on the Root Killer. This is my Twitter account, and you can follow. And this is my official email ID where you can, ask any question. You can directly mail me about the previous session as well. Yesterday, I gave a talk on the pen testing ECU in the vehicle domain. And here we again we are talking about the IoT as well. So along with my co-author, and you can hit me any doubt actually. So
Hi, myself, myself, Kaustubh Padwad, also known as Security Beast on Twitter. I have more than two dozens of CVs in embedded and IoT products. And yes, I'm a product security researcher, and I love to share the knowledge. So I give a talk at multiple conferences. Like recently, I have covered DEFCON, RootCon, and Seaside, and some Boston, and like many conferences. Yeah.
so the the topic is based on the IoT is nothing but I'm covering hardware IO, sorry, hardware device. So here there are a lot of IoT devices available in the market. Some devices connected with other devices. We call it as a M2M communication in this way. So there are some devices directly connect with cloud, and you can take an example of FMS fleet management system, or some ECU which is connected to infotainment, not directly, but they have some sort of protocol conversion devices. And again, the infotainment system is connected with the cloud. So through the mobile application, you can control your vehicle, right? You can find your the location of the vehicle as well. So through the connected car facility, or other you can say the M2M communication in this way. Again, in the medical devices, lot of infusion pumps, patient monitoring devices are connected with internal infrastructure of hospitals. And let's say in the hospital you have 200 beds, right? So it's very difficult to understand or rather measure all dosage with respect to the patients. So all these kind of the infusion pump, syringe pump, patient monitoring devices are connected in the network as well. So you can say the all devices is nothing but embedded devices are connected over the network. Even with industrial control systems, some of devices called as the coupler, you can say, which convert those protocol like RS-232 serial protocol to Modbus, or other Modbus to CAN bus, or rather any Profibus protocol. So these are converters which is from the third-party vendors. They can use in the plant actually. Like we can take example of solar energy or wind turbine. These farms specifically use those kind of couplers. Even the PLCs and RTUs are connected each other. If you take an example of RTU, RTU is nothing but the device which is connected with the telecom modem, right? So through the telecom modem, they can connect with the SCADA devices or the master devices, and they pull the data out of it. Even the intelligent electronic device sensors are connected with each other. Even the telco is one of the best example in the IoT as well. The telco devices nowadays, you can see the IP cameras or other IP TVs in your in your home, right? So these are the exact example, you can say that in the embedded systems. So if you see here, nowadays every countries are coming with the smart cities, are in the provision as well. So here you can see some of these smart manufacturing, smart government, or mobility Wi-Fi. These are same. All the stuffs are connected to each other now. So nowadays a V2X communication is coming with the manufacturers, right? So V2X is communicate with the vehicle, with the smart city infrastructure as well for tools. So if you see all about the IoT device, you will find it everywhere, right? Even in the medical, like we can take an example of some insulin pumps, right? So some insulin pumps can attach to your body, and with the help of the mobile application, you can schedule the dosage of insulins, right? And that particular dosage is measured, in the different way, as it coded in the application, and sends the some command to that particular device, and that inject the insulin in your blood, right? So that can happen over the BLE or other any RF communication. So, so if you see the entire holistic approach, you can say that IoT is everywhere. So, what kind of security issues you can see in the IoT? Like some devices are publicly accessible, right? Some you can some devices came with a backdoor access, right? And some are the credential is already hard coded in the firmware. Once you do penetration testing in that way, so there is a one step to find out the hard code credentials in the device itself. Some are the crypto issues. You can find those keys or public keys are available in the storage itself. Some web application management issues you can find in the next slide. The council will tell you how these kind of vulnerability can be hacked actually. So if you see, the IoT is always in news actually. So one of thing like a major I can give the example of pacemaker, right? The pacemaker works on BLE or some RF communication, and once the bad hacker or other actor, you can say, and they reverse engineer the entire protocol of the BLE communication, and it is possible that he can inject the message, right? So in that says like 1780s are pump ratios. You can increase that pump ratios like 150 or 300 or 500, and within 1 minute, uh, that particular patient can die. So you can say it's a big threat actually. So if it is big threat, so our responsibility is to make sure that no one can attach or other attack or other hack that particular communication, and it threats to human being, right? So that's what, and these are the number of a lot of news around the world actually. There is one called as a lizard squad. It's they do a lot of firmware attacks on a lot of IP cameras and the IP CCTV cameras, right? So they change the firmware and they put their malware, or other you can say CNC command kind of particular uh, uh, you can say the file inside where they can attach anytime to perform DOS attack around the world. So the exact, if I give you the example, Mirai botnet is one of the famous example for IoT nowadays. So if you, let's say, so there are a lot of problems around the IoT security, and what are things you need to consider when you're guys doing embedded system or other IoT ecosystem security testing. So ecosystem is nothing but includes every approach from protocol, from your wireless communication or other wired communication, from hardware perspective or other these devices are connected with the cloud. So everything is approach, right? So we have to take the approach. So in this way, web application and cloud security is a one part where we look into this testing as well, right? So there is another approach we call as the web application testing, where mobile application testing, where all applications, mobile application, whether it is iOS or Android, is connected with particular device, and through the mobile application, you can do ton of things like OWASP, mobile top 10 guideline. You can follow for this particular thing. So external communication testing with respect to embedded device like BLE, Wi-Fi, Zigbee, LoRa. These are the particular wireless communication. So in that case, we need to check those security assessment those security assessment of that particular wireless communication, because they play a very important role in the IoT nowadays. So there is nothing like, when the device working on the wireless communication, there is nothing security device or security compensating I'm going to say compensating controls for wireless communication. Like Wi-Fi, we have IDS, NIDS, HIDS, whatever we have. But for Zigbee, LoRa, there is nothing not implemented yet. But in future, soon they are going to merge that particular technology with hub or other router in future as well. So attacking on the BLE or Zigbee or LoRa, it's a big challenge. Or securing also, it's a big challenge. And there is another very important domain called as hardware testing, right? So now we are going to talk about the hardware testing. So hardware testing is nothing but we need to come up with we first understand the how it works, right? That particular device, we need to play with those as a user with the particular device, and we need to understand how it works, right? So once we understood the what exactly the device and how it works as per a user manual, right? So PCB reverse engineering is the first part of to identify the components, test pads, and everything. Then we after the component identification, we go for analyzing data sheets. Then we need to intercept some communications like SPI, I2C. We need to dump a data from the storage, right? And once we dump data or other nothing but the firmware, so we need to reverse engineer the entire thing, right? Once we reverse engineer, we found a ton of vulnerabilities inside the firmware or the data. So fault injection is another advanced attack. Side channel analysis is advanced attack where bypass some security mechanism in the hardware itself. So side channel is one of where we can to find out the encryption key like AES 128 256, these kind of keys you can find out through the side channel analysis. So these are different things you need to perform in hardware security testing. So let's see, we have the device. So if you see, I'll change my camera. Okay, so let's say we have the this device, right? This device is nothing but the coupler. You can say they have RS232 and RS485 connectors, and this is the Ethernet. That means something inside the you can say like web application or something like that, right? So and this is how the PCB board, right? So if I zoom, here you can see these the chipset. These are the LEDs, some other chipsets, right? So we need to find out the what exactly these are chipsets. So I will move to my micro USB actually here. So if I see the in micro USB, this is the vendor specific chipboard right here. And in the same way, if you move on the other things, like these are the another chipset. So interesting part is we need to find out some other chipsets like SPI, right? If you see, so these are the another kind of chipset. And here in the chipset itself, if you see carefully, that that chipset is nothing but the the I2C. If you see, right? So if you see you can see that MP2494DN, this particular thing is nothing but the SPI chipset. I2C chipset. So we are not going deep dive in the what exactly the SPI and I2C, but nothing but you can say double EEPROM, which is kind of storage where all the firmwares and data are stored inside the you can say that particular chipset, right? So I will give you another example as well here. So we have another board. It's nothing but a router here. So this you can see over here. What's this guy? Yeah, this is nothing but win-bound chipset. It's 25023JV, right? So this is win-bound chipset. Again, it's a SPI chipset, right? So this particular thing, you can they extract the data from this particular chipset. So let's see in the action actually. So I'll change it to my another camera. So here, as I said, this is this thing is actually nothing like this, right? So I just open and I manage to, just solder those power things, and it's connected over here. So you can power up anytime for further, uh, further testing, right? That chipset, that chipset I'm talking about, this particular chipset, right? So we have tools for this one. We have this one like CH341A. Let me zoom it. It's a CH341A. All right. This is particular SPI and I2C programmer actually. All right. So you can see here like here are some here they called as 25 and 24, and this is the knob actually. And the same way we have the test clips. So these are the test clips we need to connect with this particular the chipset, the chipset, and this is again connected like this, connected like this. Okay, so I'm going to attach that particular thing. So remember, this is 101 type. So let me show you in the windbound again, the microscope. So here, as I said, it's a windbound. If you see the dot over here, right? That dot is indicates the leg, which is beside the dot. It's number one. So you can see if you manage to analyze the particular data sheet. So the number one, and here is a red cable actually that indicates the number one pin. So I will do first. I will attach with my this thing USB to my laptop. Okay, and let me connect with things. Okay, so okay, so here I just if I say ls USB. you'll see the this particular chipset, right? This is the CH341A, right? So and once it connect, let's try to connect over here. If you see in the camera, I'm trying to connect this thing with the hardware. So you see the flash because it will draw the power from the CH341A. So it's we have to carefully. So this device actually, drawing a power from the CH341A, this one device actually. So again, we do, yes, the device is connected. There is a software or other client for this particular programmer. We can use like a flash ROM. We can use flash ROM. If I do -H after giving password, you can see a ton of things like if you see here in the here in this this is option for we need to select the programmers here. We are talking about the what we can say, the debugger here. So you can see a lot of debuggers are here, like, so out of it, this is important for us, like this. So let's copy this name of the debugger. It's nothing but CH341A, right? So sudo flash rom -p and -r to read, and -w whatever this is for write. So we are reading actually. So HITB, let's say HITB array team village 2. Actually, I downloaded 1 hour back actually for backup purpose. Let's try this one. Okay, so there is something issue. So pins are not connected perfectly. I believe I can do it again. Not remove. No. So that's the one thing. Like we have to keep this thing test cable very precise. The test cable is connected with all uh, leads of chipset. Now it's downloading. So you can see that it's reading flash now, right? So that's the one thing actually. There are different ways to do that. Like if you found any, let's go to video actually. The if you go to for meanwhile, like here, so it's getting downloaded. Okay, it's downloaded, but I will complete things. Like this is the UART, like ground, TX and RX, right? TXT and RXT. If you have UART connectors or other FTDI chipset, you can attach that particular the chipset of the RX to the TX of target board and vice versa. And once we do, you can use terminal, and if it is left there, there is no credential, you can get the root access over there itself, right? So that you can do with this thing. There are a lot of blocks outside, and there are some the URL where the blocks, you can see ton of devices are getting rooted with the different techniques over the UART. So we are not going in deep dive this thing, but for right now, it's like we have downloaded the this is HITB rating bin, right? ls lrt if you do. So this is our current time actually. Okay, so I will use bidwalk happen ME and HITV, that is 2. And if you do, so you'll see a lot of logs it generated, right? So this logs is it will extract the every part of the firmwares. So we are not going in detail as of now, but let's see what are those. So if you see there is a folder it's created called HSITB that extracted files. If you go cd HITB extracted file, if you do ls, you will find lot of files, right? So I will go to squash fs is the root file. So if you go to squash fs and if you do ls, you will see ls happen lrt. You'll find all these are bin files and everything is there, right? You can find etc file, right? So let's go to etc file, and if you see the shadow, you can say the shadow file, right? So if I do cat shadow file, you'll get the this particular root, right? So if you uh, if you try to get the uh, root shell of the device and it asks for the credential, you can just you have to crack this particular hash and you will get the password, and you can punch the password in the root shell itself. So you'll get over the UART you will get the root shell. That's it. So these are the different ways you can do with the help of these tools and techniques actually. So I will hand over this session to further session to Kaustu. Kaustu?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So just now, my dear friend Arun have explained us how neatly and how precisely we can extract the firmware from the device, and how can we hack into the device, and how can we get each and every part of the device. Okay. So now, since he have touched based on the physical attack of the device, and how can maliciously physically attack to the device. Now my what I we are now what we are going to demonstrate to you is something like most interesting, that is a remote attack. Okay, so the topic for the remote attack is like I have selected the topic is how can this decent looking IP phone turns into a botnet. So many people generally am I audible clearly?
Yes.
Okay. So many people generally ask me why you selected a IP phone. So the big reason for so one reason for selecting IP phone is because it is the most common used hardware which you find in everywhere. So like in every company you will find at least a 10,000 to 20,000 IP phone in large corporate. Okay. Now let's assume that uh, if you target a two organization, you have a almost if you target a two large corporate, you will definitely get a 50,000 IP phones, right? Now think about targeting a group of organizations like a KPO, BPO. Their native business is based on the IP phone itself. Okay, so there could be a 50,000 or 5 lakhs IP phone, or like millions of IP phone you see in just a group of organization. And now let's scale our attack to the masses. So like let's say you target a whole country's IP phone, one manufacturer's whole country's IP phone. So it could be a millions or trillions, or I don't even like we can't even count it, that many IP phones we will see. So let's assume that we have 100 trillion IP phone in India, which is working. Now let's assume that out of that 100 trillion IP phone, if you are just able to compromise a 50 trillion IP phone, and those 50 trillions will be your own army. And if you just fire simple get request to the any biggest internet or biggest website provider like a Facebook or Amazon or Google, anyone, like these bots can take anyone down. Anyone, definitely they can take anyone down, because the count is huge, the request is huge, and the source from the where the request is coming is, that is also unique. So one cannot just block one region. Okay, so like it's not that I'm not giving an idea for a major DDoS attack, but just saying that how critical it could be, how critical it would be if this kind of attack occurs. Okay, now let's see. Before we start the testing, the first thing is to get our arsenal ready. Okay, so hardware part, my dear friend Arun have covered almost everything. Now I'll give you some basic software that we need for testing. We need a beanwalk for firmware extraction and analysis. We need a Firmadine. It's a very good tool chain for learning, emulating firmware and MIPS, and like emulating ARM thumb mode, or MIPS big ADN, or MIPS little ADN. Burp Suite is, I know almost everyone is familiar with this tool, our favorite proxy tool. And we need definitely Python and IDA Pro. These two are key components, because of Python, like as Arun just have shown you how much trouble we get to for extracting one ROM. So like we have to automate this stuff continuously. And IDA Pro is the heart. So like reverse engineering is the heart for the IoT and embedded system testing. You may found some weird way to get into the device. You may found some weird backdoors that get activated after sending some messages. You may found that the device could act something when you send a SMS message to it. You may found that this device may have some ways through which you can even you can SMS to the device. Okay, like these features, these things generally vendors hide from us. Okay, so let's get started. So once the hardware toolset has covered by Arun, and software things, like I think this will be a sufficient to get started. I'm not saying this is all, but at least to get started this is sufficient. Okay, so the first thing of every assessment, like even it's a network or web application or any assessment, heart lies in a recon. So the most important ways is to recon the device, as Arun have show you that which device have what kind of interfaces are available. Okay, so when first time I thought of testing this IP phone, I was like, what, I have to look into this? It's just a SIP converter, like it will give me a voice over IP, right? But then I thought, no, like we have to do it. And then I see, like first thing is most importantly to know how to interact with the device. Like here you can see in this here is a LAN port, here is a Wi-Fi is also there. Some devices may have a Bluetooth, some devices may have a like Zigbee, Z-Wave kind of logical accesses, and some may have a physical, like Arun showed us JTAG, UART, SPI, I2C. Those are those kind of interfaces. So first thing, like you have to ensure how can you interact with the device. Okay, and once you interact with the device, second thing you need is you need to learn more and more about device. So the how many guys are familiar with Mitrokin Archive? Those who know, like they may understand what I'm asking, but those who don't, like what I'm trying to say here is ask for every possible thing, every each and every possible thing. So here are few games. You should be always like, I want more. It doesn't matter how many documentation they give. You should be always like, I want more and more documentation. As we can see, this was the product specification. Here I can see that this device support a SIP version 2 protocol, and then this support SNMP version 2 protocol. Also this support technical report 069 protocol, and RTP protocol. So based on this protocol itself, we can find a vulnerability. Like this communication which this IP phone is doing is over SIP version 2. It's not SIP TLS, or it's not SRTP. So if your boss is talking about appraisal, and if they are using this IP phone, you can sit in between that communication, perform a MITM attack, and you can listen what your boss is actually trying about your appraisal. Okay. uh, Okay, and also the second most important is apart from product suite, most important is user manual. So based on user manual, we come to know many things like this device support a remote firmware upgrade. It also have web management interface. It have a password management. It's have remote and local syslog support, and also it have a multiple users. So like even if you change the password for admin username admin, there is still scope of getting password for support user. So like you can log into device with a support. Okay, and this is again more crucial aspect like algorithms. So let's say your device is super secured, but for generating password you are using a weak algorithm. So will it make sense? Like if you harden your kernel, if you harden your PCB, if you harden or if you disable all the ways to get access to the device, but what you decided, the password for logging into device is just the MD5 sum of your serial number, then all security is gone, right? Or SHA-256, first 8 digit of SHA-256 of the serial number or MAC address. So this kind of silly algorithms we may find in device security sometimes. So we have to ensure that all algorithms which are used are highly reviewed by a cryptographer. Okay, and here we can see the PC connection is bridge, default username is admin. They forgot to set a password after building a whole web UI. So now we have plenty of information about this IP phone. Like we know we can access the IP phone over LAN interface, and we have all this data with us. Okay, so now whenever the most important thing is whenever you perform a nmap, always make sure you perform a nmap on all port, because here you can see this. I found a remote code execution here, remote denial of remote DDoS, denial of service here, and here also I found some service was exposed, which was after sending a malicious message, it was able to restart the complete device. Okay, so you may found this kind of ports, non-standard port in embedded system. So always perform a full port scan. Okay, now also like in web application we have to struggle a lot for content discovery, asset discovery, and parameter identification. But in embedded device, since Arun have demonstrated us how we can obtain the firmware, so anything like source code or binaries, whatever present in device, you will find it in a firmware. Okay, so first we will perform a firmware analysis. Based on it, we will try to identify what are the vulnerabilities, what we can see here, and then we will create our final exploit. Okay, now we got a firmware. So what is a firmware? So firmware is nothing but a file which contains a root file system or a file system of a device, kernel, and bootloader. And how can you obtain the firmware? Like some vendors provide a download link on their website. Arun just demonstrated us how can you extract from the device, and you can, Google is always your best friend. And lastly, there is something called as silent photo. So one fine night, your phone is charged 80% and you slept, and next day morning your phone is showing you a pop-up like phone is restarted. Like you have not restarted your phone, then how the phone got restarted? It's because the when there are critical patches or critical vulnerability get addressed in the newer version of firmware, vendors generally sends a silent photo. So silent photo will automatically, when you are sleeping at that time, it will download the firmware and upgrade it and update the device. And most of the time this kind of photo requires a reboot. So to capture this, we need to keep an eye on analyzing device traffic. So what I did is like I have a server, like I have set up a proxy server. So everything is going out, coming in from router and going out from device is captured at that server. So you may end up getting surprises of multiple firmwares there. Okay, now you got a firmware. Now what? So directly run a bin walk? No. So first thing what you should do is you should perform an entropy analysis on the firmware. Like just run bin walk hyphen capital E and the firmware file name. So this is a super secure firmware, looks like from Cisco. So if you run a binwalk entropy analysis, you will come to know whether the firmware is encrypted or compressed. So like let's say firmware is encrypted with let's say any secure RSA 2048 kind of algorithm, then there is no use, right? You if you run a binwalk hyphen E, it will just create a garbage or huge garbage. Sometimes may fool your hard disk too. Okay, but now the smart way for performing firmware analysis to understand it whether it is a compressed or encrypted. Here we can see that this portion where the arrow is marked is not a encrypted, and rest everything is encrypted. Now what? If you got an encrypted firmware, you should give up. If it's a white box assessment, then you should ask for a unencrypted firmware, because decrypting firmware is like without proper key is like a waste of time. But okay, you should not directly give up even if it's a white box assessment. You should extract this offsets, exact this offset using tools called DD, and also you should take a hex dump of it. So based on it, sometimes you like once I found a key to decrypt the firmware inside the firmware. Like they have encrypted a whole firmware, and they kept the encryption key inside the firmware only. And once I found a private key also, it's inside the firmware only. So I extracted that private key and decrypted that firmware using OpenSSL private key and the firmware file. Okay, now you extracted the firmware, like Arun have just demonstrated us like how it looks. So what should you look inside the firmware? Definitely a passwd file. Second, if the device have a web application, you should download the document root. And sometimes like embedded have a very short time for the very shortage of a memory, so they can't create a like one database server, one web server, and one document root. So generally these all things are crushed inside the one binary, let's say a web server binary. So that web server binary consists of everything. Like you will find a document root inside it, you will find a web server inside it, and you will find a data like database, short database also inside it only. So you should take a look at all those binaries. So like some binaries may open unexpected ways to access the device, some binary may have hard coded credentials. So apart from standard open source component inside the Linux, you should take a look at all created custom binaries by the vendor. Sometimes you may not found in closed source firmwares, you may not found a main also. So now what? At that time again, you have to take that binary, you have to reverse it in IDA Pro or NSA Ghidra or Radar A2, whatever your favorite reversing tool is, and then you should perform a vulnerability analysis. Secondly, you can look for the shell script. What are the shell script are present inside the firmware. Then you can read what shell script is doing, because sometimes you may not found the shadow file directly, but they build the shadow file runtime, like at the time of booting the firmware. Okay, and also various things you can look at the firmware, like what are the permissions are the like uh, cron jobs are there. You can abuse is there any cron job which is running as a root with a 777 permission, so that if you get a low level privileges over the device, then you can add your own code and it will execute as a root once the cron job is scheduled, and you can take over the device. Or you can write a RC script, you can write a systemctl script. So many things you can take a look at the firmware. Okay, now let's move towards a dynamic analysis. So basically I got a uh, like I made a connection. Like I take one router and connected one to the IP phone, and second I connected to my machine. So we all three devices were in a same network. Now simply I run a nmap on it, and what I found from a nmap is like telnet is running, web server is running, and I found two new ports, 7547 and 53 was filtered on the device. And the OS gauge was Linux kernel 2.6 and precisely 2.6.17 to 2.6.36. Okay, let's see how nmap fingerprinting database is good at. Okay, then the next thing I did is I telnet to the devices. I telnet to that IP phone and enter admin, and blank password was blank, like we had read on that document. That password is none. I simply pressed entered and it gives me this. Isn't it so beautiful? Like just enter username and you will get a shell. And then I run a uname -a to identify what kernel version is, and it is precisely 2.6.36, whatever nmap told us. Okay, and you can see the privileges what we have is like a zero, UID 0. So like we just got a root over device within 5 minutes of effort. Okay, it's not always easy. Sometimes you may get lucky to get this kind of attack. Now uh, now next what I did is like, okay, so like we got now one vulnerability, that is telnet is running on the device. Now next thing is like I set up an interception like we do for web application testing, and enter the username. So here you can see the username and password was admin. Okay, entered here. Here is a request. Can you see here go form webs login. So this go form is something, go is a web server in this. Go ahead is a web server, and in that the form login is there. This form and webs login was the name of that form. And when I entered it, it directly goes. And here you can see we got the cookies here and the response that redirected. Uh, so can anyone see a vulnerability here? I can see that there is no X-frame option is present here. As I am not able to see any X-frame option here. Okay. So just make a note that X-frame option is missing here. Okay. Like I know on web application everywhere this is a super low finding, but in embedded this is a super critical finding. Missing X-frame option. Now, after spending some time on with a device, I found that there is one request called go form set system admin. Okay, which allows me to set everything in one request. Okay, so here you can see reboot, web, remote legal IP, then remote telnet enable or not, telnet security code, local telnet, what is telnet port, and telnet remote legal IP. So if you whitelist one IP here, then it will allow a whitelisting. It will allow you a telnet access from this IP. Okay. So in this one request only, you can reconfigure the complete device, all each and every parameter. But don't you think something is missing here? Like X-frame option is missing, and also all it takes one cookie to configure this request. So request forgery is possible? Definitely yes, right. And now, lastly, I have spent some time on reverse engineering this binary, and I come to know that, like in every embedded device, you will find something like administration and diagnostic, maintenance, this kind of. Because to test the connectivity, it can't give you a shell. Yes, yeah. So end user needs to test whether the device is reachable or not. So I have to give them a shell. Okay, so they don't give a shell in this. So here I came to know that this ping request is getting passed directly to the system call in C without any input sanitization. So when I did here ID, I think this screenshot is snippet. Okay, but when I enter a ID here, it gives me a output of the ID command. So the Linux shell command. So now we have a clickjacking, we have a request forgery, and we have shell command actions. Okay. So now chaining these vulnerabilities, all it takes one chain. We have UI readdressing, CSRF, and command injection. Make one fancy page with a payload, host it into your server, and send it to the organization. And that's all. So like this was a test POC which I have created. Like we have updated the policies of our organization. Kindly click on I agree for accepting terms and conditions. So once user clicked on I agree, it executed ID command on device for this many times without any user interaction. So failure chances here is like finding IP address is a challenge. So that we can figure it out with a JavaScript. And sometimes default credential don't work. But as far as default credential is working, we can calculate the cookies on our own, and we can create one request. We host this request in our server itself, and with a click jacking, we ask user to click on I agree. And once he click on I agree, request get fires to the IP phone, and boom, device compromised. So this is how we can remotely exploit the device. So like let's say if you target this for like if you spend up pretty much time on one device, and if you target one device only, and let's consider how many devices of the same types are present in a market, and those all will be yours, your bot, your own cyber army. Okay. Now let's get touch to the last section of the talk, that is fuzzing, reverse engineering, and exploit development. Okay. So before that, first thing, first question is like, so people ask that like we found two ways to get the share into device. Now why we need to do a fuzzing? See, we are a researcher, we are not a hacker. Like we found one way and yeah, victory is ours. Not like, we have to make device a hack proof. So that's why we fuzz the device as much as possible. Okay, and we try to discover more and more vulnerabilities. So before that, first thing is we need to get the shell. And how can we get a shell? One way Arun shows by firmware and extracting firmware. He also shows that hardware way to get the shell. I demonstrated using exploiting web application vulnerabilities, how you can get a shell. And reverse engineering binary is the last thing. Okay, so once you get a shell, what you have to do is you have to figure it. I believe on the unauthenticated attack, because as a pen tester we know how it is difficult to get the credentials for exploiting original vulnerability. Okay, so simply in our interception, I intercepted the request for username password, and here you can see this was a request. I use a sniper, and this was a payload for this. So like 1A, 2A, 5A, 10A, 20A, 500A, 200A. Okay, and I put it on intruder with and selected all the parameters for fuzzing in the login request, and I start the attack. What you can see here is like at request 209, uh, there is no response till this time. Okay, so let's see what happened in a backend. In backend, the boa is a web server here in this case, which is running, and the boa root is the document root for the application. So boa got crashed, but what, boa is up again boa got crashed because we are firing a higher payload, right? It can't handle this much. So some might be wondering, if the web server is crashed, how can it automatically turn it on and you are able to continue the fuzzing? Because these devices have a watchdog, they keep a watch on all processes. So if process is down, they typically get it up. Okay, so now we come to know that at our first request, that is request number 2110, when we send the 5000A to the field password, device get crash here. Okay, so now what next? MSF payload. Here you have to like first you have to set up a debugger. So how we do it in embedded, like we download the GDB server application on the device, we run it, we attach the process, and client side we download the GDB multi-R, which supports a multiple architecture, and and here you can see target remote, and we connect to the uh, device. So like our debugging is set for boa web server. Now again, here you can see it looks something like this. So GDB server, a MIPS binary which is running on the device, and I have attached the process 1363, that is boa process, on this IP on this port. Okay, and again we started the server here, and here in pon GDB we have connected using target remote, and once we do IR, that this is the registers. Here you can see S0 to S3, all 414141, every fuzzer's love favorite number. Okay, so once we set up a debugging, we have to reproduce the crash. Okay, and to reproduce the crash, we have to identify which request it was. Exactly, this is the request 5000A. We sent a 5000 times here, and again server got crashed, and we got a here successful crash here. So like here we can see here is like from T4, T0 is also in our control, T4 is in our control, T7 is in our control, from S0 to S3 is in our control, and also return address in control. So all we what we need now, nothing, right? Like without username password, without user interaction, all you need to build an exploit. So first thing is you have to exactly identify what are the offsets are there where this is getting triggered. So just create a pattern of length 5000 and send it to device and see what values you will find here. Then you will match those offsets, And once you match those offsets, you will come to know, like, this offset, once you match these offsets, you will come to know at which level, at which point you have to write your shellcode, and at which address you have to call. So this is this. And finally, this is a final exploit. So this was an exploit what I have wrote for this device and this CV. So yeah, username was buffer overflow. And then I think those who are not familiar with the MSF pattern match can check my training video available on YouTube. Or like, due to shortage of time, like, I'm not able to cover this pattern matching here. So basically we just need to ensure that these values are at which location. So here you can see in the exploit, I can explain here. I come to know the first crash occurs at 1000. So and the password was the parameter where we wrote an exploit. So first I give a padding of a to 999 times till registered t4. Then I give here t4 and then t7. Okay, like this was in our control. Then again we have to put some padding of b9 till t6, and here we got a t6 also is in our control. Then again some padding between t6 to s0, and then from S0 to S3, everything was in our control. So basically, a good attacker, what he will do, he will write his shellcode here in this 4 bytes, 16 bytes bits, and then he will call the start address of S0 to the return address, and send this to the socket, and everything will be boom. So you can see here, I have write S0 here, S1 here, S2 here, and S3 here. So this is the binary value of this registers, and also T4 here, T60, T7 here. So once we have access over all these registers and everything, you just don't need anything. All you need is an IP address, and you just need to be in a network to fire exploit. And this could be like, here I just demonstrated with the values of register, names of the register. You can write a shell code, and you can get a root over the device with just a without even a click, without any interaction. So that's all. Thank you guys, hope you have enjoyed. Any questions? Yeah, Arun.
I don't think so. They have question. Hey, can you check from your end as well?
Yeah, like, I didn't get any umbrella platform. Hope you guys enjoy the talk.
Yes. So,
So, hello everybody,
anyone
welcome
from
to
the
this
team
presentation about payload delivery for initial access during real-life engagement, such as red teaming or adversary simulation exercise. And welcome to this event, Red Team Village for Hack in the Box. First, I need to introduce myself. So, who's that guy? That's a quite good question. I'm Jean-Marie Bourbon, quite old guy from
I
south
believe
of
it's
France.
done,
This is
actually.
why I speak English like French guy, which is well known that
So
people
should we leave a
from
meeting?
France don't speak English very well, like me.
Yes, I believe.
Now living in
Okay.
Luxembourg since
Yeah.
several
Thanks,
years.
everyone.
You can
Thanks,
find
everyone.
here
Thank you
some
so much
information
for attending this session.
about my
Thank you,
LinkedIn
Arun,
or
first.
Twitter handle,
You used to be hanging out in Brella, right?
KMKZ Security.
Yeah, we are in,
I'm
Umbrella
offensive
using
security
team.
fanboy,
You know,
and
any
of course
questions
Red
as
Team,
of now,
Purple Team
but,
fan as well since years now,
Yeah, thank you,
and
guys.
working as
Thank you,
head
Abhijit. Thank you
of
for
cyber
topic.
forensic and
Okay.
offensive
Thank you,
security
Abhijit. Yeah.
not department but service, sorry, in Post Luxembourg. So I want to give a big up to my teammates. I already provided some talks several years ago at Night the Hack in Paris, and also in Dublin, in Switzerland, in Luxembourg, and now for this awesome event with awesome speakers.
not for me, of course, but yeah, it's a very, very good event. If you have any question, remarks, or something else, feel free to contact me. No problem. I will share more information, such as my email address at the end of the talk. Feel free to use it. It's not just for fun. It's also to be used in case of you want to discuss or something else. So what we will discuss is the topic is how to gain the initial access, because as red teamer, we know that the initial access part is a key point, because we often say for pen testing that reconnaissance is the key. Here in a red team engagement or adversary simulation, I would say that initial access is the key. Why? Because you don't have several tries. You need to gain remote code execution in only one or two attempts, and in the major case, it's only one attempt, and you have to be prepared and to have a working payload. I will present personal feedback first, so chapter 1, about tests I executed several months ago during the COVID-19 crisis, which is still ongoing, of course. And the test was a bit hard because of the limited attack surface, but we had successfully accomplished the mission, and I will just explain a bit the approach to have and to use in case of this kind of limited attack surface, and you want to execute your payload or whatever. So the chapter 2 will focus on mitigation and constraints, because before targeting a small attack surface, it's mandatory to understand the mitigation and the constraints you will have to deal with. So this chapter 2 is dedicated on this topic. The chapter 3 is more technical, is about TTP to use, the bypasses for a lot of mitigations, I would say, and detection, and quick wins from a blue perspective, but also red people should stay in this talk, because it's a blue perspective, but as you know, having a blue perspective when you are red is very useful. And the chapter 4 is how to concretely build your exploit chain from zero to remote code execution, so from zero to initial access, or using several attack vectors. And I will present a short demo based on this chapter 4. So the first chapter, we start. It's a personal feedback, like I said. So how to deal with a very limited attack surface. So the context here was the following. During the COVID-19 crisis, we received a query from a customer that said, okay, now we have tons of people in the company that are working remotely. What we want to validate is that we control the risk, and there is no way to pawn our company. Okay, so how to do that? You can select your own techniques or whatever. Just simulate a real life attack. Okay, we did a basic reconnaissance, and we saw that there was a few services exposed. I mean, only one mailbox, one mail access, one remote access, and one website up to date. It was CMS, okay. And with this, you have to find a way to breach the company. So the first question in this case is, okay, I need to use some realistic TTPs, and I am aware about what happened in real life. Do I need an unpatched SMB service to gain initial access in the company? If it's the case, maybe you are not ready to this kind of exercise. Otherwise, just think that is it useful for the customer, because the customer pay you to pawn the company, but also to increase his IT security level, and pawning an MS 1710 vulnerable SMB service, it's not very useful, and they don't pay you for that because even Nessus can do that. So there is no added value. However, if you find a way to create and to imagine an exploit chain which is quite complex, that require to have a better understanding of the business and the techniques to use to concretely gain access on the internal network, it's more interesting because you will cover several steps, which, for example, if you use phishing, you will cover the mail gateway. Once the payload is executed, the first part will be a dropper. The dropper should be able to connect back on the internet. So it means that if you have proxy, for example, you have to deal with. But before that, you will have to deal with the antivirus. You will have to deal with AMSI and so on. So it's very challenging, and you will bring more added value to your customer like this. The first point is, yeah, be offensive and creative. You don't have to think like an auditor saying, yeah, I will test, for example, I don't know, I will take just a shitty example, but if you go on the website and say, yeah, the SSL certificate is not valid. Okay, come on. How do you plan to pawn the company like this? It's not very useful. So think like an attacker. Don't focus on technical part only, because yeah, it's more, the IT security is more complex than that. And sometimes you can have some surprise due to the policies in place. A good example, one more time with phishing, which is very interesting because it's very used in real life. For example, in the ongoing campaign, Ryuk campaign, it's the initial access is done through phishing attempt, for example. Not only, it depends, but yeah, this is another topic. Sorry. And yeah, you can have several differences. For example, what if I saw, okay, they have RDP or Citrix instance exposed on the internet without double factor authentication. Okay, great. What I plan to do is to start a phishing campaign based on email collected using OSINT investigation first. I created my list and I start phishing campaign to try to get some valid credential in order to log in on the Citrix and then finally to have an initial access on the network. Okay, that's great. I start the phishing and I collected several accounts. Okay, great. And I logged on the Citrix. I had my session. I said, yeah, that's great, and so on. And I had a network issue. Okay, I tried to log one more time using the same account on the Citrix, and it failed. Okay, I didn't understand why first, and then I said, yeah, maybe they changed the password. So I checked each credential collected, and I saw that one password was company name 2020. What does it mean? It means that some users seems to use a generic password provided, for example, I guess from my offensive point of view, from the exterior, I guess it's because of the default password when you have your first account is company name followed by year. Okay. So what I did is just password spraying attempt, and of course, I had around 50 valid accounts using password spraying. Okay, so I had the initial access. And during the result presentation, I explained to this guy that, okay, what happened? And they explained to me what happened is that we were informed that we were under attack. So we decided to reset password for the targeted user. Great. And I said, okay, but the problem here is that when you suspect to be under attack, what you should do is communicate first to any users and change password for any users, not only the users you think that are compromised. First thing. Second thing is that your password policy is not very good because you don't enforce the first logon change for the password. So what does it mean? It means that it's part of processes, which is not only about technique, but also about process. So If things were different, my result would be different also. Keep in mind that phishing is not that trivial, because yes, that's a reality. If you want to do phishing every time because phishing is quite fun and it's very easy to gain initial access, that's a mistake. I will explain why later. Think that if you collect credential, for example, using phishing, what about multi-factor authentication? For example, do your customer use or implement double factor authentication somewhere? If so, why do you want to collect some credential? It doesn't make sense. COVID-19 is quite good topic even now, so you can use it as a pretext, as a topic to start your phishing. But the best can be also to do some investigation first, reconnaissance, to mix with social engineering and so on. You have to be creative. That's what I said before. And imaginate complex scenarios. For example, I saw that they have an open position. Okay, I will contact the HR department through LinkedIn. I will say, I want to send you my resume. Can you give me an email address? Do you have an email address where I can send this? And I want to apply. Okay, this is the social engineering scenario. You will have one email address. So with this, you can identify the pattern, and maybe if you can collect a lot of username and you can craft your own email list, for example. And you can also identify if it's useful to deliver payload using phishing, because there is no other option, or if you can grab credential. For example, if you target an hospital, grabbing credential is enough. Why? Because it's open to the public, and you can go inside the office and plug your computer somewhere or drop a Raspberry Pi or whatever, but you can reuse the credential. In other cases, it's more difficult. A good knowledge about offensive security is, of course, mandatory. That's okay. But also, IT security policies implementation is a good knowledge to have. And incident response and investigation part can be a big plus, not only for the bypasses, but also for the remediation plan, and to don't only say, you have to patch your shit. No, this is not a remediation, You have to be able to say, okay, this fix is not present here, or there is a lack of hardening on this environment, for example. So you have to create an AppLocker policy like this. You have to challenge the AppLocker policy like this, and so on. You have to think deeper than just patch your shit. Be reactive means that, for example, if I start my phishing campaign at I don't know, at would say 7 p.m. for example, and I have a meeting, or not a meeting at during the night, but I have to go to the restaurant with my girlfriend, for example. One hour later. Is it a good idea to start my phishing campaign right now? Because if a session open or I grab credential, I have to exploit it immediately and don't wait. Why? Because if you target a company that is well prepared and already did some exercise like this and simulation and so on, they may have some processes, and they will change password immediately, or they will take action immediately. And it's very different than targeting a small company that is under panic when something happens and have no idea, absolutely no idea on how to react. It's very different. So if your target, for example, is a big bank, you can be sure that you have to be reactive, because they may have a SOC service and so on. And if people suspect something, they will react immediately. So of course, you have to be reactive and to log everything, because in this kind of exercise, which is not a pen test, you should be able to provide a complete timeline on what happened and when it happened. It's very, very important. And the last point is, just don't do it sequentially, because saying, I will focus on website first, and then I will focus on phishing and then I will do that. And no, it's not a good approach. An attacker don't work like this. An attacker will send the phishing campaign. If something happens, he will exploit it immediately, and in the same time, the phishing campaign is still ongoing, you know, because yeah, if you can have more sessions or more credentials, why to stop? You have to continue. So the idea is to mix the approaches to be more realistic. So the second part is about mitigation and constraints, because yeah, pwning is cool, but it requires tons of skills, because you have to deal with antivirus solution, proxies, AMSI, app locker, the patch management policy, if it's good or not, the blue team you will have to fight against, honeypot, canaries, for those that never had this in their engagement. A canary is a file, for example, a password.xlsx on a share. And once you access this file, it will trigger a use case and you will be flagged. So it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting for blue teamers as well, and so on. So you should have, this is the part where you should also have a blue mindset. So what we have to think before starting is technical mitigation, but as I said, not only. Be reactive. Yes, but why? Because your target can have a SOC service or something like that that work 20 hours per day, every day. So it's happened, yes. The third part is don't try to pre-risk immediately. For example, I start a phishing campaign because yeah, I like this. Why not? Or I exploited a CVE on an exposed services, for example, a WebLogic server, which is more or less in the actuality right now. Okay, you have your initial access. What is the next step? The next step is to try to grab credential or to do lateral movement or something like that. But if you try to pre-risk immediately, what will happen? If it's on WebLogic server, it's exposed on the internet, should be on a DMZ. Yes, if you try to pre-risk, you will trigger immediately some alert or something like that, potentially, except if you are lucky or whatever. If you do that on a workstation, you can be sure that you will trigger an alert, because how do you plan to pre-risk? You will drop what is the name? A Sherlock or something like that on the station. You will execute it, okay? And what will happen? You will try to execute a malicious code. It will trigger an alert by the antivirus. Maybe it will try to use some suspicious API call on Windows or something like that. And what will happen? You will be flagged and you will be kicked from the network. So too late. Focusing on the domain admin privileges is also a common mistake, because it's not the objective. Sometimes there is no need to focus and to escalate to domain admin privilege. Why to escalate to this privilege when you can access sensitive data without domain admin privilege? So it's not the objective. When you target a company, I know that it's very fun to have golden ticket. Yeah, I agree with that. But from a business point of view, the most critical is not the golden ticket, is the access to the data. So if you, for example, pawn the CEO or something like that, or yeah, CEO, you can access some juicy information, and in several cases, this guy will not be part of domain administrator. Phishing for shell is cool, yes, but keep in mind that you will have to deal with every security layer. Not very easy. You can trust me, and we will detail every step, each steps. Phishing for credentials is very cool, but as I said before, you have to first think about how to use the stolen credential. It's not that easy as well. If you can think about password spraying, because yes, from external point of view, it can be very, very useful, and internally it can be very, very useful as well. because yes, password spraying is working pretty well. So don't forget about this. Keep in mind that each step should permit to imagine, validate, and improve the use cases and the detection for your customer, not your skills. It's not research and development. The customer doesn't care about this. He doesn't pay for that. He pay you to execute the tests and to permit him to increase the IT security level in his company. He doesn't care about your research and development stuff. This is a part for a manager like me to say, guys, just take time to your team. You want to sell, you want to join the objective you have, that's okay. But if you want to bring added value, you should let your team some research and development time. That's mandatory because a good preparation is the key. For the technical corner, so the serious things are going here. We will discuss about TTP, evasion, and bypasses. The first point is that, yes, it's unpopular. We had a discussion on Twitter about this topic several months ago, but antivirus solution bypass is not a goal. It's just a step, because when you work on this kind of test, you should be able to do that. It's not about research and development topic, it's just a topic like, for example, AMSI bypass or proxy that implement authentication or whatever. You can have tons of stuff to deal with, and antivirus is more or less one of the easiest topics. But of course, it depends on the solution and on the module that are activated on in the solution. So for this, I often use this technique. So this is why I decided to share it, because yeah, it works since years and it continues to work. So first, you have to keep in mind that dump detection in 2020 is a reality. So keep it simple when possible. Don't immediately go in complex and useless things like, yeah, I will compile my own C code to obfuscate using encryption. And why? Keep it simple. I will show you. String concatenation is still working and can permit to evade some antivirus engine first. So don't go in very complex stuff if you can use just string concatenation. If you want to evade heuristic detection and solve outgoing traffic through proxy issue, I will explain this part because it can be a bit strange. You can just use a stageless shellcode. So the first point is that why using stageless shellcode will evade heuristic detection. It's just because this test is based on a Metasploit free version. The payload by default will be, for example, a staged payload. Okay, it's a multi-stage. Why not? The problem is that when the stager is executed, it will try to download the stage 2, and here you will be flagged immediately because of the heuristic analysis, for example, and yeah, that's okay. And AMSI, in several cases, if the solution support AMSI, you will be flagged here because of the calls that are done and so on. So the stageless shellcode will be loaded in memory and executed one time without any additional calls like this and network access. So this is why heuristic detection will be bypassed by design. For the outgoing traffic through proxy issues, this is a common point. The idea here is that if you use, one more time, a multi-stage payload, the problem will be the following. You will execute your stager, that's okay. It will connect back to your CNC, that's perfect. And then it will execute the stage 2. And when the stage 2 will try to authenticate, so I talk about proxy that are not transparent, of course. He will try to go through the proxy, and the process will crash. Why? Because the stage 2 is not able to authenticate itself in the proxy. So this is why using a stageless shellcode is the key, because the stageless shellcode will be proxy aware and will authenticate through the proxy and just connect back immediately to your command and control. Of course, you can use multi-stage payload, but the problem here is that you will have to implement one more stage. Why? Because you will create a tunnel, and your final connect back will be forwarded through this tunnel, because there is no payload in Metasploit that supports proxy with authentication mechanism. So I know that several people will say, yeah, HTTPS support it. Okay, just try it with a proxy with authentication, and you will understand that no, in reality, no. And you also have some discussion about this on the Git repository of Rapid7 about this. And yeah, the authentication, depending on how it's implemented, is not supported by Metasploit at all. So just use a stageless shellcode. That's it. String-based detection for MSF templates. Yes, because by default, MSF templates are flagged. That's it. So just add some junk instruction, comments, concatenate your strings, and that's it. You will avoid some stupid detection like this. Okay. Avoid the automated tool usage is because that when you use shelter or something like that, Veil, I don't talk about Veil because it's very old and not working at all right now. But shelter is still maintained, but it's not good. Why? Because some people, and several people, like to be honest, I already did that myself, so shame on me, drop some payload on virus total. And the problem is that, yeah, as you know, it will be immediately signed and the rule will be deployed and it will be flagged immediately. And the problem is that if the payload is, for example, encoded using a random encryption key and so on, the problem is that the encryption itself, okay, that's okay, the key is random, okay, but the algorithm used for this part can be signed. And then what is the project when your tool is flagged? You have to develop a new one. That's the goal. No, not really. And yeah, if you are professional, you should not do like that. Specifically for red team engagement or targeted attempts during your adversary simulation exercise. So the shellcode customization is the key, because it will permit to have, for example, a stageless shellcode customized that will bypass AMSI by design. So here it's finished. There is no antivirus anymore, and we can switch to the next challenge. And yeah, the last sentence is quite important. It's part of our fucking job to know how to bypass the detection mechanism. It's very important. And defense evasion techniques in general are part of our job. So one short example here. As you can see on the right part, you will see that in the red, the red area, you will see no payload here, because here should be the shellcode in base 64. And I removed this, meaning that the script here is just a basic PowerShell without shellcode. So the shellcode is not flagged. It's just the template. And as you can see, there is 5 detection based on just a PowerShell template, because it's generated by MSF Venom. And of course, it's flagged because, ooh, malicious. Okay, why not? Now, we can just imagine that, okay, I will use exactly the same payload, but I will add some junk instructions, some comments, and I will concatenate the DLL import, for example, for kernel 32.dll and so on. And as you can see here, that's magic. There is no detection at all. What does it mean? It means that we bypassed 5 engines only by adding some comment, some shitty instruction, and some string concatenation. Okay, So from here, we can start to work on the shellcode itself. So for the shellcode customization, yeah, there is no big problem. But if you are not familiar with assembly language, it's time to learn. I'm sorry about that, but that's the reality and it's mandatory. And this is why you have some assembly stuff in some certifications such as OSCE or something like that. It's just because even if this certification was qualified as old school and too old and should be up to date, that's true, and it's done now. But at least you have the basics to know how to work and how to deal with antivirus solution. So, so in this part, you just have to learn a bit of assembly language to know how to adapt your shellcode. Few changes will break the signature, so that's pretty good. There is no need to develop completely your shellcode. So that's okay. You can use MSF Venom generated shellcode and just customize it a bit. But adding knobs everywhere will be flagged as suspicious and will increase the detection rate. So knopping everywhere is definitely not a good idea. If you do some changes, the first step will be to have a dedicated virtual machine to validate that the shellcode is not broken. Because, for example, if you set a value on EAX register, and during your customization you will reset this value, and then there is a register call, the shellcode will be broken because you did some changes that affect the register itself. So the idea is that, okay, just learn, understand what you have to do and what you do, and then once done, first validate the shellcode is not broken. I provide here two examples with the original shellcode first and the new one customized 1 year ago. Because as I said before, this technique is not new. I use this technique since years now, and it's still working because you can customize shellcode from tons of ways, and it can be flagged like this. It's not like using a tool that will execute exactly the same steps. Here you can create your own, so there is no limit. Important thing is that you have to adapt the HTA dropper, because yes, my example will use the HTA as payload delivery techniques. And you have to adapt this file to avoid a stupid string-based detection, because it's exactly similar. If you use the Metasploit HTA example, it will be flagged just because of the structure itself. So you just have to add some loops, variable, rename some variable. It's often enough, and then it will not be flagged. So we can say that, okay, PowerShell template customization and shell coding mean antivirus and IMSI are bypassed. Okay, you can find every details to craft your own on my GitHub. So it's publicity time, sorry. And of course, you also need a brain, but I can't give you this, sorry. And I don't want to share mine. One important point is also you have to adapt the TTP to your needs, because it's perfect for me. It was used in a specific case, and maybe it's not good for you. So just keep in mind that maybe it's required to think about this and say, okay, use this technique and this approach, for example, the HTA payload delivery techniques, and we say, yeah, HTA is good, but it's not usable in my case. Okay, I will use, I don't know, something else like WMI or I don't know, whatever, I don't know. You just have to adapt, but the techniques to craft the payload itself is similar. A good payload should evade AppLocker and be proxy aware by default. If you don't implement this, you can have some stupid detection, because the AppLocker policy can block your payload execution and think that as an external attacker, you don't have logs or information. So if you drop your payload and nothing happened. You have no idea, absolutely no idea on what happened, where it failed. So the idea is by default implement AppLocker policy bypass. My favorite one is WMI plus XLS. Yeah, it's very good techniques. However, you just have to think that it should be proxy aware. And for this technique, it's not that trivial to have a proxy aware payload. It can be done, but using several stages. So several stages mean that you increase your detection risk. Using a generic payload delivery technique is very good. Why? Because you will have one generic payload that can be used for everything, for every vulnerability you want to exploit. For example, web vulnerability such as XSS, stored or reflected, or whatever. Social engineering, you can create a document with a URL and just add this on a stick, USB stick, you drop it and something access it and so on, or you can share it. Okay, there's tons of scenario, phishing, etc., and with the minimum changes. One of my favorites is to use BIF because it's very good for payload delivery, fingerprinting, automation, and so on. And at least if the HTA payload delivery fail, you still have access to the browser, to the victim browser, and this is very important. However, to use this tool, you have to modify the hook.js name because it's flagged, and the content as well, and the cookies because cookies are BIF hook value, which is not very, very good, you know. So if you have a proxy or something like that in your target infrastructure, you can be detected just because of that. So that's stupid. And yeah, avoid macro from my point of view, because yes, you will have mail gateway, you may have some sandboxes, and you will use this payload only for phishing. So it's not generic at all, and it's a lot of time to craft your payload because yeah, macro can be used. Of course, it's used by a threat actor, but the problem is that it's limited to phishing attempt. So the problem is that if you have stored XSS and you want to exploit the stored XSS, you can't use this document for the exploitation itself. But if you use HTA payload delivery, no problem. You can just insert an iframe and that's it. You will have your code execution. Of course, it's one-click remote code execution, but it's exactly similar for the macro. Fingerprinting the incoming request is important to deliver the right payload because if the browser is Google Chrome, of course, there is no way to execute your HTA payload like this. So maybe it can be used also to use browser exploit. How to do that? You can use this script. It's a script that is on my GitHub as well. It's small and very dirty, but it works. You can just use this, or you can do it in a cleaner way using Nginx configuration, because Nginx is able to fingerprint the user agent. The idea here is just to deliver the good payload, the best payload, depending on the browser, and to avoid stupid requests from wget, because I don't know, one guy is suspicious and say, yeah, I will try to access to see what happened and what happened if I open this URL. Okay, so just you can flag it as wget, so it's not what you expect, and you can redirect on a error page or something like that, or somewhere else. No, it doesn't matter. We don't matter. Sorry. URL scanning bots, yeah, and so on. So yeah, you can avoid tons of stuff like this and just target exactly what you want to target. A pro tip here is just to stay aware about the JavaScript-based exploit in browser, because yeah, we saw today, for example, a V8, which is the Google JavaScript engine used by Chrome, for example, or Chromium, and we saw that a new exploit was released today. We also saw a publication a few days ago from the excellent Exodus intelligence team in the US that provides some techniques to target Firefox one more time, because it's not the first time, and so on. So staying aware about this can permit to increase your chance to pawn using a browser exploit. Sandbox escape is just okay. I just share with you this URL, which is a write-up about sandbox escape in Edge, if I don't do a mistake, and so on. There is a tons of exploitation stuff. An emulation ID for the adversary emulation is to use this kind of technique because it was used by Wizard Opium and Powerful to trigger the best browser exploit. So this TTP was used by these two campaigns and maybe others, I don't know, but at least these two. Always use a proxy or dropper, as I said, okay, but also using a valid user agent, because a lot of blue teamer can catch you if you use, for example, PowerShell user agent by default. That's a mistake. An empty user agent, another mistake, or something that sounds not legit at all with a random name or something like that. So using a valid user agent can permit you to not be flagged as well, and it's not very time consuming. So yeah, just do it. Use a valid certificate. Yeah, that's very, very important because of the HSTS, the URL scannings, and also check your domain name, because for example, here in Luxembourg and in several places, but we often work with banks here, and in the most places, if your request is focused on a domain that is not classified as business or bank or finance, you will be blocked and an error will be triggered by the proxy. So it's very important to check your reputation first, and if necessary, you can ask for categorization of your domain. You will have to wait 2 or 3 days, it depends, maybe less, and then you will be categorized as financial or whatever you decide. It's not that complicated. The only thing is that you should have a website and a domain that match more or less with what is expected. But in some cases, only it works web page is enough. It depends on the editor. So yeah, if for example you know that your victim is using Symantec, you can go on Symantec and just try. And yeah, it's a point that you have to think before, because yeah, if it failed because you are too lazy like me and you just dropped an index.php file by default, maybe the bot will consider that it's not enough and will deny your request. So you will have to do one more, and 2 days plus 2 days is it's already 4 days. So yeah, you have to anticipate a bit before your test. In some cases, if it's needed, so if you know that your target is using a sandbox mechanism, you can identify this using just a fake email to a bad address. For example, I don't know, clown at company.lol, and this address is not existing, so you will receive the error. And in the headers, you can identify sometimes the solutions they use, and using Google, you will see that, okay, there is a risk they use sandbox. Okay, why not? So I will implement some stupid evasion techniques just to have a quick win function to evade sandbox. Okay. Internal phishing will bypass sandbox detection. So yeah, that's the first point, because what is internal phishing first? Because it's a name I give to this technique. It's what happens when you have access, for example, to the public email. You have, for example, you have a OWA interface. You have access to one internal mailbox. Okay, you can target all the company using this mailbox. This will not go through the sandbox or the mail gateway, and you will bypass the detection by default. So that's the first point. In case you don't have this luck and you want to implement some stupid evasion techniques, but working, you can add some checks, such as, for example, if machine name is equal to username, it's suspicious, because if my machine is Windows 10 1234 and my username is Windows 10 1234, it can be a bit suspicious. You can also use DNS resolution to resolve or to try to resolve a fake domain. And if it say, yeah, it's resolved, it's suspicious as well. So my idea is to use a counter, and if machine name different of username, count +1. DNS resolution failed +1. And if blah, 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 if score plus or equal, superior or equal 10, then we continue. So you can have a test like this. One other technique is to use encryption. So this is okay, but it's, from my point of view, it's a bit heavy. But yes, in some specific cases for red team engagement, it can be very useful and interesting. Yeah. I provided some URL if you need, and if you want more documentation about this. For the blue perspective now, create user agent based use case, because as I said before, if suspicious, you can trigger an alert because there is no legit needs to use PowerShell user agent, empty, random, and so on. So just trigger an alert. Deploy and or implement strong authentication mechanism on the proxy, because it's very, very challenging for a threat actor to bypass your proxy if it implements a strong authentication mechanism, or at least it will require several attempts, and several attempts mean that you will have time to detect it and to block the attacker. So it's very important. You can also, of course, block URL like IP address without any domain name, the raw.something, and the public paths such as Etherpad, Mozilla, and so on. Apply, monitor, and challenge the app locker policy. Yes, I explained before, because yes, if your app locker policy is quite strong, and you use, for example, LOLBAS project as a reference, you can block the major part of the dropper that will be used to target your company. Keep an eye on PowerShell. Okay, so you should avoid the version 2. Okay, and monitor the module logging with the event ID provided here. If you use V5, so just enable and monitor the CLM, constraint language mode, and script.logging using the event ID provided here. And of course, monitor what happened with AMSI by monitoring and by creating rule sets based on the event, AMSI event. And one more important thing is that PowerShell v6 is now present on Linux and Mac, and this will increase the attack surface, since this OS do not have, in the major case, antivirus solution. It means that we can use PowerShell as a dropper and execute what we want. That's the theoretical point of view, but we could payload using PowerShell based dropper, and there is less mitigation on Linux or Mac than a Windows system that is well maintained, monitored, and so on. So if you saw something suspicious, which is suspected as a dropper or lateral movement or endpoint security alert, just investigate immediately. Something happened, it's time to investigate. Don't wait to have a serious incident, because it will be later. One very important point, as I said, never use highly privileged account to investigate, because it's a common mistake to say, yeah, I saw something on this server. Yes, I will take my administrative account to go on the server and investigate. Yes, and you suspect to have the server compromised, and you will use the highest privilege to investigate. So what if an attacker is on the server? He will just dump the LSAS process and he will have your credential. So just don't do this mistake. It's a common technique I already used several times. It works pretty well. Generate noise just to have one admin that's log on the server, and then too late. Create policies because, yeah, you have to prevent panic and you have to be trained on how to react. For example, as I said, for phishing, there is a big difference between companies that are well prepared and those that are no idea on what they are supposed to do. So yeah, you can't ask to your users to you can't guarantee that any users will not open a link on your infrastructure. The question is that user awareness is cool, okay, but it's not enough. Otherwise, phishing campaign should fail. So what does it mean? It means that the problem is between the click and the reaction. Because if there is a click, how to react? What is the plan? This is what you have to challenge. Credential stealing. So as I said before, the idea is just to change all the passwords. Okay, maybe you will have some issues. Some users will not be happy, saying, "Yeah, but I worked, and yeah, you reset my password." And yes, but I prefer to have this kind of discussion instead of calling the CSERT service to say, "Yeah, we are pwned. Can you start the investigation? What I'm supposed to do, and something and so on." You know, revalidate the patch management policy in a regular basis. Yes, because it's very important as well. We know that it's stupid. It seems stupid, but it's not. For example, for the zero logon vulnerability, tons of companies consider that if it's not exposed on the internet, it's not critical. What I explain is that, yes, but what if you assume the breach? If someone plugs the computer on your infrastructure, if a phishing campaign is successfully executed in your environment, if blah, 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 what happened? So that's the point. Don't underestimate internal tests. That's exactly what I said before with the patch management. Assuming a breach is challenging your process and your hardening and so on, and will prevent you in case to have to deal with the crisis. Defense is not about magic boxes that will detect everything, even 0 days. Yes, of course. Yeah, like Batman here, don't trust vendors because they will say everything. For example, I know a vendor that tried to explain to a customer that he's able to detect every kind of 0 days, even race condition. Great. Okay. Like we often say, red teamer have to think like blue teamer. But keep in mind that you, blue teamer, also have to think like red teamer or threat actor, because this is important to know how to defend based on your knowledge on how to attack. So now we will focus on the final exploitation chain. Because I discussed a bit, now it's time to explain in a concrete way how to build your own bypass to have a magic payload using HTA. The first step, generate classical PS1 file, which will be your PowerShell script that will be loaded by the HTA. So this can be done using MSF Venom. There is no problem with that. The second step come here because you will have to customize it a bit, you know, like I showed you since the beginning of this talk. The default template is flagged, so you have to customize a bit the PowerShell itself, and by magic you will bypass 5 editors. It's starting. In this file, you will have the base64 encoded shellcode, so you will have to extract it and customize it. So this is where assembly language is entering the game, and the step just after is to re-encode the customized shellcode in base64 and replace it in the PowerShell script. So you remove the automatically generated one and you replace it with your customized base64 encoded. So at this point, you will have a customized PowerShell template with that embed your customized shellcode encoded in base64. If you remember well, this is the red part where no payload here, and you have the from base64 blah blah blah. So this is where you will have to insert your shellcode. Okay, then the easiest part. Adapt your HTA file. That will be your dropper. Consider as a stage 1. The point just after is just to say, okay, you are ready, but wait before starting. Validate that you have everything you need, because as I said, you have to be reactive. So what does it mean? It means you have to be fast. And fast doesn't mean to do a lot of mistake, like for example, I will start a network discovery with a T5 minus A or using Nmap. No, it will be very noisy. You will be flagged. So for this, you should use some customized tool and so on. So prepare your tools before. This is why, as I said, preparation is the key. You can compile your own tool, test it. Everything is okay. You are ready. Now it's time to the point number 7. It's time to exploit, to execute your dropper and adapt to your scenario, of course, because here I talk about web app vulnerability, phishing, social engineering, but there is tons of ways to execute HTA dropper. So you can have the details about the TTP on the URL just on the bottom of the slide. So this is how it works using Beef. So on the right part, you will see the a kind of listener, which is our HTA PowerShell. So once you hook the browser, you will have to execute this, which is in the social engineering module. Okay. Once executed, we are on the phase number 2, where you can see that an iframe is injected. Okay. And once clicked by the victim, you will have your session opening in the part 3. You can see that, that's magic. The HTA is executed, and now we have our session. Okay. So now it's demo time. So I will show you a working payload I did a few months ago. Yes. Please wait. So here you can see that here is the Python simple HTTP server. We simulate a web server. Okay. Because we assume that you executed this using phishing campaign, for example. We don't care. And you have your listener, which is Metapreter reverse HTTPS, stageless, of course. And now we start. Okay. So at this point, you can see that the custom template is here and the stager is here. Stager is our dropper. Okay. And I will launch the listener here. Okay. I have one request, which is just a beacon from another test I did. So I will kill this session to avoid any misunderstanding. Okay. Session is killed. Now it's time to start the handler one more time. Okay, so now it's working. Great. It's listening on port 8080. Okay, now we go on the Windows host, which is our target. As you can see, it was on September. Okay, everything was up to date on this Windows 10 station. I will show you the agenda to say, it's September, okay, 2020. Great. Here you can see that antivirus in real time is activated. The only thing that is disabled is the cloud protection, because I don't want to drop my payload on the cloud. Here, the HTA is executed, so you have one click, which is the prompt. The HTA is executed. The dropper loads the PowerShell, and the PowerShell is containing the shellcode is one more time executed in memory with all the bypasses, and now we have our session working. One important point is to try to show you that it's possible to use the Metapreter modules, because in several cases, this is where you can be flagged by heuristic detection, because it will try to do some malicious attempt by, for example, loading a DLL or doing some API calls or something like that. But here it's working. And of course, since the antivirus in real time is activated, we also have AMSI by default. Okay. So yeah. So that's okay. Thank you very much for your time. Feel free to contact me if you have further questions, remarks, or whatever. Sorry for the poor English. As I said, I'm a French guy, but I hope that you will enjoy this event. Thank you very much. Thanks to the organizer. See you. Bye.
Hi, welcome to All Still Cool. Let's start. Many times, next slide please. Many times I have considered myself an outsider or a weirdo in the world of pen testing because I do not came from professionally from the IT world. But creating this story, I must remember all the action that we generate with my unit. And I realized that social engineering is not an exclusive word for one type of career or training. I think that is the mistake of many companies when they think about their security. We are talking about people, dreams, projections, interactions, stimulus, and that is something that we all are related to, and that we can eventually explode. We are all potentially social engineer experts. We just need a context, unnecessary triggers. So I'm gonna tell you a little story. Let's see this an example, and you decide if it's persuasion or it's manipulation or something else. So the early 90s were running, and then I was pre-adolescent looking for an identity, but above all, looking for true love. I was fortunate to have a great friends and very nice group of classmates. That was me in the middle, like the blue one, and by my side was my best friend. Here I met a very nice girl with the one that we held hands and even give each other kisses. She also, it's in the picture, but we will hide her identity. One day, I want to go a step further with her. I proposed to her that we became boyfriend and girlfriend. She told me that she was actually with me because she liked my best friend, and be with me was the best way to be close to him, since her best friend was my best friend's girlfriend. So that was the first time that I was heartbroken. So, okay. Too much bullying. But what could we conclude? Was manipulation or it was persuasion? Was there a benefit for both or only for one of the parties? Remember that we can all be tremendous social engineers. It is important to recognize the circumstances given, the goal, and the means by which I am going to try. That's where we separate the good guys from the bad guys. I personally believe that we can divide good guys from bad guys, like from persuasion to manipulation. Benefit for both parties or only for a third party. Here we can remember that nice girl who broke my heart and reflect on whether her social engineering was manipulation or persuasion. You decide. So, I am Daniel Eisler. I'm team leader of Friendly Rats, the social engineering unit at DreamLab Technologies in Chile. Rat, it's an allegory that reminds us that the threats will always exist. It's also conceived with the acronym of Remote Access Trojan, a vector commonly exploited by cyber criminals. Always remember, you can burn down the house, but the rats will always come back. So it's better to have a friendly rat who can tell you how to prevent the others from getting in. That because it's dead. So these stories that we will see next do not pretend to be a novelty. On the contrary, what we want is to demonstrate how we humans continue obeying simply stimuli, and even thought we have and make an effort to create colossal virtual strengths. These are only gravel that makes the path to the objective slower, which continues to be the same with the same weakness, the same one that believes in what others have believed in for decades, centuries, millennia. This is all still cool. So let's start. One of the first difficulties we have in social engineering service is the short time we have in relation to an organized band. They manage to carry out an effective attacks after periods of 6 to 12 months of investigations and testing. We only have 5 to 10 days for the complete project. Information gathering, execution, and report. Therefore, trying to replicate the flow in real time of a whole attack, it's unfeasible. And trying to emulate it in such a short time only give us results that are not very close to reality, thus generating a false sense of security in collaborators involved in the simulation, dependent in the results. For this reason, we have to look for processes and techniques that will place us in a realistic scenario of high reach, emulating and achieving in an effective way the exercise of suggestions in those involved. So what is the context for us? Collaborators with or departments with high level of awareness associated with cybersecurity. Controls and filters are advancing according to market demands. And it is necessarily difficult to carry out phishing simulations with a significant scope. Without this being rejected by security systems, reaching the spam mailbox or security filters alert and prevent the integrated display of malicious emails. The internal and legal restrictions of each company often condition the test to such an extent that you judge yourself. So let's see this. This is an example of a classic phishing service. Now let's make some corrections to meet the customer's requirements. So we have a brand, we have an object, we have a button, we have a trigger, yeah? So what client says, so you cannot be, or you cannot use a real brand. So replace that for something similar. So we replace honey or dabur for burda or money, yeah? But then he says, you cannot look like any brand replaced by an obviously fake logo. So we replace for a fake logo. So after that, he starts to see the phishing and says, oh no, you cannot use sensitive subjects. So please replace that by a holiday, only holiday concept. So happy holiday. So after that, he starts to think again, and he says, no, you can't play with those themes. Replace for I don't know, a benefit. And it's always down there, benefit. So, but he never looked that. So we replace only for benefit. So we move the things in the down to the bottom to the up. So we have benefit for collaborators. And he says, no, you cannot use the word benefit or collaborators. So the words are removed. I have an idea, says the client. Please request for corporate credentials. Okay. Why? I don't know. Okay, let's do it. So we ask for corporate credentials for happy holidays. Okay. But in the last minute, the client says, oh, sorry, I forgot this. We can't include image in the email because it doesn't allow. So we take it out. And we have this magnificent, perfect phishing campaign. So it's also fair to say that for scenarios where the client wants to test areas of high awareness or in a red team exercises, their permissions are much higher. Yeah, but I think a lot of you have this same problem with your clients. We're gonna see some biography, if you like social engineering. The first book, it's Improv for Storytellers. It's a book from the father of improv, a book of improvisation, but paradoxically, yeah, most people who read this book are not theoretical from theater, yeah, and they use this book as self-help book. Why? Because it allows to establish an effective communication or effective communication. For example, I say something and the other person understands that. That's simple. This book shows you how. It sounds simple, but we know that it's not easy. True. It also allows you to achieve goals from the modification of yourself and others from the relative studies. It's an awesome book. The following book is Hidden Persuasion, which are 33 advertising techniques that introduce us to the world of need and selection from suggestions. These are 33 cases and exercises that help us in our unit to establish effective phishing campaigns. So I recommend you this book if you want to initiate in the social engineering career. So let's go to our cases. What difficulties we have? We ask ourselves the following questions. How to avoid an antivirus in a service under a black box format? How to evade firewalls in order to access systems without being stopped? It is necessary to go unnoticed. What are the objectives? Obtain access in a sensitive information from critical areas and high awareness through the combination of classic formats of social engineering attacks in a limited time with a scope equivalent to a real cyber attack, with phishing, vishing, and physical intrusions. So in the execution, as a unit, we have specialized in the last 5 years in development of pretexting, persuasion techniques, and extremely particular, very, very particular and effective deception scenarios. So this paper presents 3 merging cases of classic social engineering formats, united under 2 concepts that we call physical spear phishing and vishing web scan. So let's begin with the first case, physical spear phishing, a physical intrusion plus a spear phishing. Literally, an addresses envelope is delivered in a face-to-face way, ensuring its reception by the victim. Seeking to increase the interest of the target by relating to an attractive, very, very attractive and credible pretext. Let's see it.
You seem to take it greatly to heart. No doubt I do, so much so that I am resolved to be revenged on them for their impertinence. I know well enough why they despise us. Affectation has not alone infected Paris, but has also spread into the country, and our ridiculous damsels have sucked in their share of it. In a word, they're a strange medley of coquetry and affectation. I plainly see what kind of persons will be well received by them. If you will take my advice, we will play them such a trick as shall show them their folly and teach them to distinguish a little better the people they have to deal with.
Les précieuses ridicules, Molière, Paris, 1659.
Physical spear phishing, physical intrusion, QR code, link, website, corporate credentials, security conference plus a workshop, capture credentials in an office and business hours, client reserved. So we have these 13 objectives are indicated as common denominator. They share advanced knowledge of cybersecurity, and none of them attended to the cybersecurity awareness talks, since they consider that because of their advanced knowledge, they don't need it. For this, we took a couple of messengers. Messengers who will take a very, very particular package to the offices of the target company, where there's 13 individuals are located. So, meanwhile, in the rat hole, we call it the Warren, the rats are preparing a website associated with a cybersecurity conference. So the targets be attracted by it and enter without arousing suspicions. To increase the hook, we search in the social networks to offer an exclusive workshops that match their interests and specialties. And voila, full access VIP member. A nominative invitation for each of them with limited time to validate and register. We characterize ourselves getting our courage and rush to the target's offices. The messengers calmly go to the receptions of the building with a suitcase full of invitations for a cybersecurity conference. They introduce themselves to the receptionist. Here are our consultants, here is a receptionist, and she asks them, "What can I do for you?" And they answer, "We bring a certificate email." Okay. He asks their names and wrote them down. They managed to get into the building and the office in question without any problems. The employees are called one by one to receive this wonderful and exclusive present. They are stunning and very happy to receive these opening envelopes. They are giving credentials and tutorials with a QR code to register to the workshops. Then they rush to their workstations, open the browsers, and start logging with their corporate credentials on the site to validate their entries and register for these attractive workshops exclusive for their company. So, let's talk about this test, a real one. There was a unit with a high level of cybersecurity awareness, faced with a targeted attack based on their preference and specialties, where the client considers that more than a fortress, this relaxation, by its conscience, it's in security could be a threat. It is possible to capture credentials of 11 of 13 employees. Of the remaining 2 were not on the office, and 1 reports the activity. Only 1 of 13. So let's go to the next one. The next one, it's physical spear phishing. Yeah. Physical intrusion plus recognition by an specialized magazine invitation to an award event, plus a pen drive with an extended interview in a malicious file. Let's see this.
One night, bored and fiddling idly with bad thoughts, he decided to send a message to 5 of his friends. Everyone, without exception, had some unconfessable secret: a mistress, a fraud, a scam, a betrayal. The note was delivered anonymously, without signature or information. It was just saying, "Everything has been discovered. Run away." At a later dinner, his social circle was agitated with the sudden and total disappearance of one of the people to whom he sent the message.
Telegram. Arthur Conan Doyle, United Kingdom, 1800s.
Ego validation. Objective to access to the CEO office. Location, CEO office. Client, reserve. The team meets with the client to define the scope of the red team. The client says there are no restrictions on specific areas. Surprised, we ask him if the CEO office is included. He, very sure, tells us that will not be able to enter. We insist that if he's sure about that and discard this place. And he says, you will not be allowed to enter because there are armed guards, controls, validation, an appointment, and identity check. One of our consultants, dresses like a journalist, goes to the office. She carries a box with a very important prize for the CEO. At the next checkpoint, the guard interrogates to the supposed journalist. She decides to take the prize out of the box and tells him the purpose of her visit. He decides to intervene and further and takes her straight to the assistant for something we call ego validation. The consultant repeats the same story again, this time starting with the name of the prestigious economy magazine and category of the award for Person of the Year. They call at the CEO office and authorize their entry. Up this point, they have only asked the name and the reason of the visit. No registration or validation of their identity was being made. Finally, we hope we give the prize and the malicious file to the CEO. The journalists tell him all the prize and the event. She retries calmly and safely without raising any alarms. The guards say goodbye. She doesn't answer. She only thinks about the target and leaving the building. The last part of the plan fails because the payload don't work. We were programmed for Windows, not Mac. So, although the simulation is not complete because the payload was configured for another operating system, this tells us about an element that many times is not given importance, and that is that when the security infrastructure is robust, users being to have a behavior based in an absolute confidence in their systems. This would allow that an eventual attack collaborators with an over-secure perceptions will click on anything. Download and install because they will not consider it a threat. This leads us to the following case. Last one, phishing web scam. Phishing plus malicious site plus infected file. Contact by telephone to an objectives to request basic information, establishing a relationship of trust to ask them to visit a website in which they must log in with their corporate credentials. Follow the instructions of the technician, download a file and install it in their computers. So this is gonna be very fast. Let's see it.
Was said, can we call the Pope? And they both marked the Vatican. Was pretended to be Henry Kissinger and asked to speak to the Pope, who at the time was sleeping because it was 4 in the morning.
Do you know this guy?
Blue Box, Steve Wozniak, California, 1971.
So, we have a phishing web scam black box in a context of a red team. Impersonation of technical support, operating corporate credentials, phone contact, client, reserve. This was at the heat of the pandemic, an empty city, the vast majority working from home, with no means on immediate identity validation. Many do not have security measures they have at the office.
a longtime friend. So yeah, we just had the same passion.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, cool. And what would be the next challenge for you guys? I mean, you know, playing CTF is fun and all that. What would you like to do next? I mean, if you could choose.
Well, for now, what we've been doing is that we're just playing Hack the Box from time to time, and if we had the resources, we're just taking certifications. For the past month, right now, CJ is taking an OSCP, and last month I also took an OSCP, and well, Felix will be taking an OSCP, I think next month. So I think that's one of the things that we've been doing. We're playing CTFs. We're trying to do some trainings, either paid or not paid, just to gain knowledge from time to time and try to apply it in work.
Okay, and do you guys have a day job or you do that?
Yeah, we have a day job. It's hard if it's a little bit hard to do CTF when you have a day job. And well, we usually play CTFs over the weekend, but the CTF is well, not in a weekend for us. But yeah, luckily we survived in the event.
Okay, so what kind of day jobs do you have?
Yeah, what kind of job?
Well, for me, I do actually. It's a little bit ironic. I do red team CTFs. I do Hack the Box and Vuln Hub, try Hack Me, pen testing. I usually train my pen testing skills, but in reality, I do blue team work. So, well, in my mindset is that you can't defend your own if you don't know the attacks. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, indeed. Yeah. Very good. Okay. So you guys are based in Manila?
Yeah, all of us.
Okay, cool. I used to work there a long time ago.
Very traffic in here.
Yeah, indeed. Nice place. So, okay. Well, again, congratulations for your victory, and we'll probably be in touch soon and maybe talk about other things. But well done. Yeah, really.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
So there was awesome Aries because we can see that the other teams they were literally hitting on their head. So at the same time, Aries would come into the chat, Discord, and he would say, "Yeah, I found this." So you're like, wonder like how he's getting going to the exact route. Many other senior guys were there. They were literally hitting on their head. They didn't able to. I mean, they were missing little stuff. Like even though we were giving them hints, they missed a lot of simple stuff. But Aries and his team, they were able to pick this out. Maybe because of his CTF playing and Hack the Box experience, right? So maybe that's what helped him. So again, Aries, anyone from your team would like to share your experience, or can we move to the second team?
Well, CJ or Felix, would you like to share something?
All right, a bit shy, guys.
Yeah, I think they're a bit shy.
That's all right. Well, thanks, Aries, for explaining that.
Sure.
Awesome. Yeah, yes. Now we can go to the second team, Pound Board. So we have Dylan, Bhavanta, and Udesh. Could you guys please, share your experience? Then we can.
Yeah. Actually, this is our first time playing a red team challenge like this. So it was a new experience made for us. Like other than other teams, like this was first time actually we are working as a team. So me and Udesh are friends before that, and we were colleagues. And Dylan was a colleague in our office as well. So we got together and we got the actually invite on the last minute. So I asked, I don't know who's Apex here. Yeah, I asked him to let us in at the last minute. So that was a totally different scenario. So it was a good challenge and we enjoyed it. And thank you guys for hosting it. Like
That's cool. So did you have fun while doing it?
Yeah.
That's what matters, right? Okay.
Awesome. So guys, we will be reaching out to you regarding the cash prices. After this call, this call was just to introduce the CTF winners and just to have a proper closing ceremony for the village. And we would like to thank Dylan and EMX Emmanuel for their immense support. Without their support, this village, it was not. It would not be possible without Dylan's and Emmanuel's support. And
No,
so
all Emmanuel. EMX. The next time you see him, you have to buy him a beer or a drink or whatever. Depends on who we are, right? Hopefully we'll get to meet up and have a drink together. But literally, really thank you, Emmanuel, for supporting the Red Team Village and for supporting the Red versus Blue CTF. Because without support from sponsors and from people like you who believe in what we're trying to do, things like this just can't happen, man. How it is.
Thanks, Dylan, for keeping the community spirit alive. It's very important.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Awesome.
All right. Cool. Well, nice talking to all of you guys. And let's hope that we meet each other sometime in the future, not too far away.
I hope sooner rather than later, man. I'm getting tired of staying at home. Nothing else to do.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you, everybody.
Oh, then once again, thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks a lot for your support. Take care. Bye.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
See you guys.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thanks,
Happy.
guys.
Ciao.
Goodbye.
Are you still live?
Now?
Live on.
Let me check. No.
Live up.
Maybe not.
Okay, cut ചെയ്തോ.
Okay,
cut ചെയ്തോ.
ലൈവ് പോയോ? ലൈവ് പോയില്ലേ?
ലൈവ് കട്ടായി.
അവിടെ യൂട്യൂബിൽ ഒരുത്തവരെ കമന്റ് അടിച്ചോണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. നോ സൗണ്ട് സ്റ്റിൽ നോ സൗണ്ട്. കുറച്ചേ പയ്യാ നോ സൗണ്ട്. ഓക്കെ
നമ്മളിത് ജാം പറടേ ചുമ്മാ വെറുതെ വെള്ളം വയ്ക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി
ഒരുത്തൻ ഓഡിയോ ആഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ മറന്നുപോയി. അത് ഞാൻ വീഡിയോ കാണുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. സ്ട്രീം OBS തുറന്നിട്ട് OBS മിനിമൈസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട്
അടുത്താണെങ്കിലും മര്യാദയ്ക്ക് വേറെ ഓപ്ഷൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ OBS മാറ്റി കളിച്ച് ഫുൾ കാണാൻ അവർക്ക് എന്താ ചെയ്യണത്.
OBS കണ്ടു ഞാൻ. അപ്പൊ ഇവരെന്താ
OBS ഒക്കെ ഒരുപാട് പ്രാവശ്യം കണ്ടു. ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ ഫോൺ ഇപ്പുറത്ത് വെച്ചേക്കാണ് സൈഡില്.
ഞാൻ സ്ക്രീൻ മാറ്റിയിട്ട് നോക്കി. അപ്പൊ നോക്കിയപ്പോ ഒരുത്തൻ സൂം തുറന്നു നോക്കുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ഇങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കുന്നു. അപ്പൊ നോക്കിയപ്പോ സൂം ജോയിൻ ഓഡിയോ കൊടുത്തിട്ടില്ല. നൈസായിട്ട് അവിടെ പോയി
ആദ്യം റെസ്പോൺസ് ഒന്നും ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്തു. അപ്പൊ ലീവ് ഓഡിയോ
വിഷ്ണു ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തെന്താ അഭിഷേകേ?
ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞായിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ വേറെ ലാപ്പിൽ നിന്ന് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞതാ.
ബെസ്റ്റ്. എന്നിട്ട് അവൻ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തുമില്ല. ഓക്കെ ശരി, എന്റെ അടുത്ത പണിയുണ്ട്, പോട്ടെ. ബൈ.
അപ്പൊ ഇന്ന് കിടന്ന് ഉറങ്ങാതെ വേറെ പണിയൊന്നുമില്ലെന്ന്
ഉറങ്ങട്ടെ. ഇത്ര ദിവസമായെന്നറിയാമോ അച്ഛൻ? ബൈ. രാവിലെ അഭിഷേക് ബൈ. ഓക്കെ ഷട്ട് ഡൗൺ ചെയ്തോ? അത് ഓഫ് ചെയ്തോ? വേറെ ഒന്നുമില്ലല്ലോ, കട്ട് ചെയ്തോ?
യൂട്യൂബിൽ ഓഡിയോ കേൾക്കായിരുന്നു.
shutting down